Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UBS Center Forum for Economic Dialogue. Great to see so many of you. Welcome to everyone joining us via live stream. My name is Carolyn Roth. I've got the honor of moderating once again. It is a very, very relevant topic that we're discussing today, is democracies under threat. I'm sure you've seen it. Just over the weekend, Moody's, one of the big rating agencies, lowered the outlook for U.S. debt, in part because of political polarization. That says a lot. And we also saw the result from one of the biggest democracy think tanks last week, and they said democracy is in trouble. And this is extremely topical, given that here in Switzerland, most of you voted just a few weeks ago, and we have a huge number of elections coming up in democracies in 2024. So if democracy really is in trouble, what do we do about it? Is it really as bad as everyone says? These are some of the issues, the topics that we will be discussing during the course of today. I won't go through every item. You can see for yourself we have a fantastic lineup of speakers, of academic experts, and we want to make this day as democratic as possible for all of you. Of course, you will have a say. You can ask your questions. Just get your smartphone out. You can scan this code. We have a number of polling questions for you as well. So your questions to the speakers, I get them on my iPad, or we also have microphones in the audience. You get your say. You get to debate the very important questions surrounding democracy with us today. I'll give you a little bit of time. I'm sure you all have the codes. Again, we'll have a couple of polling questions. We will prompt you to participate, and then just keep your smartphone handy at all times. Now, one part of today's forum will also be held in German. If you need translation services, we've got some microphones in the back, but again, I'll remind you once we do switch to German. And I'd say let's get started. For a general introduction to the topic, let me welcome David Yanagizawa-Drott. He's Professor of Development and Emerging Markets at the University of Zurich. He's also Affiliated Professor at the UBS Center. David.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. So, my name is David. I'm a professor at the Economics Department and affiliated with the UBS Center. We have two main goals at the UBS Center. One is to produce world-class leading research. The second goal is just as important, is to have a dialogue in society with the general public. One of the key vehicles to do that is this forum, Forum for Economic Dialogue, not monologue. So, in order to have a dialogue or foster a dialogue, I want to start by asking you whether you think democracy is under threat. And specifically, pull up your phones. You can pull up the camera and just scan the QR code, or go to the browser also, menti.com, and enter the code. So in your personal opinion, is democracy under threat? And to be a little bit more specific, let's focus on Europe. So I'm going to give you a few seconds to think about this and answer this question. The results are coming in as we speak, and to the left you see the number of you who voted yes, and to the right, the number of you who voted no. I'm going to give a few more seconds here. Okay, very good. It seems quite stable, around 75%. So a majority of you think it's under threat. But I also want you to think about the reason for your answer. Why do you think democracy is under threat? It's a harder question to answer. So think about your main argument right now. I'm sure you have a set of arguments, but just think of the one most important line of argument that you have in your head. Okay, now, as a part of a dialogue, take about 30 seconds to persuade the person next to you about what you voted, yes or no, and the main argument you have for your position. So I'll let you talk for about a minute, 30 seconds each, and then we can reconvene. Okay. All right, so I'm very glad to see that many of you are engaged in this dialogue, but in the interest of time, we will move on. But what I want you to do now is remember that argument that you had. Throughout the day, you're going to get lots of perspectives thinking about this big, hard question. And think about whether throughout the day, your argument is becoming stronger or weaker. So try to keep that in mind as we go through the day. Then also, maybe there was something that you missed that you hadn't thought about, that throughout the day, a new idea or maybe some new evidence based on data that you hadn't quite taken into account. Our hope is that events like this will make you wiser when you leave this room compared to when you entered. Is democracy under threat is a difficult question to answer. Either 75% of the people in the room are correct or 25%. We can't all be right in this situation. So how should we think about it? Well, let's say there are two parts to the question. First, what is democracy? If we disagree on the definition, we're not going to get much progress. But scholars have some commonly held definitions that I don't think that's the main challenge. So typically, we talk about representation, specifically free and fair elections. That's one of the dimensions. But democracy is high-dimensional, so it's not just free and fair elections. People point to often that rights and liberties are key for democracy. Freedom to assemble, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. What we're doing here today is democracy in action, after all. We are allowed to assemble. We are allowed to say whatever we want. A third dimension is rule of law, that is that the judiciary is consistent and not influenced by politics. Those are three main key dimensions. There are others as well. And if you look globally at when these dimensions are being measured in various data sets, it's quite clear that democracy is sliding backwards in many places. So in a recent study by one of the main organizations, they documented in more than half of the countries at least one of the indicators were going down. When you look within Europe, there's a lot of heterogeneity. There's some clear backsliding, if you look at Hungary, for example, or Poland. But there are other countries that go in the opposite direction, like Latvia. Now, that's the first part. The second part is more difficult. When you talk about a threat, who is threatening? Why are they threatening? How are they threatening? All of these questions are sub-questions under the bigger question. So you'll hear different perspectives today. Let me share one that I had with a taxi driver in California when I was there recently. I asked the very same question to the taxi driver. Do you think democracy is under threat? And he said, yes, I think it's under threat. And then I said, why? What's your argument? Well, he said, elections, free and fair. Are they free and fair? He said, no, they're not free and fair. The election was stolen by the Democratic Party. Then I asked, what else? He said, rule of law, important part of democracy. We don't have rule of law. The judicial system has been overtaken by politicians persecuting Trump. So in his view, democracy is under threat. He had a view, a theory of why it was under threat. And when I pushed him, he said he was willing to take actions in order to defend democracy. And this is also the very same people that stormed the Capitol in January. So when you answer the question, yes, the important question, part of the answer is why. And one of the things I've studied is the distinction between how people perceive reality and the actual reality. What we hope to do today is minimize whatever gaps we may have between perceptions of reality and the actual reality so that we are wiser when we come out of this. And we'll do this from various perspectives. Let me highlight a few from the research slam that we will have later. We will talk about, for example, political polarization. Is it a precursor to the fall of democracy, or can political polarization be good? Professor Huizenman will talk about this. What about when we see protests in society? Is this a bad thing? Is this a signal that things are falling apart? Professor Voss will talk about 1930s Germany. When we know the Weimar Republic fell, he will be talking about some data from the 1930s and what we can learn from that. Professor Winch will talk about why do some people seem to accept actions that undermine democracy? What's going on in their heads? And I will also talk about mass media and the distinction between facts and opinions. So I hope you're going to enjoy today. I think we have a fantastic program. And so now, next we have Herta Müller. So thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be switching to German. For anyone who needs translation services, please go and get or put on the headphones or get the headphones. Wir machen weiter mit der Keynote Demokratien in Gefahr. Und die folgende Referentin sagt, sie habe sich das Wegschauen nie abgewöhnt. Ihr Name ist Herta Müller, sie ist Schriftstellerin und wird oft beschrieben als Kind der Diktatur. Eine ganz kurze und deswegen auch recht unvollständige Vita. Als Angehörige einer deutschen Minderheit wuchs Herta Müller in Rumänien auf. Sie weigerte sich dann später mit dem rumänischen Geheimdienst zusammenzuarbeiten, ging dann nach Deutschland, wo sie allerdings weiter unter Beobachtung stand. Und in ihren Hauptwerken, in den Büchern, die sie geschrieben hat, findet man diese Themen wie Unterdrückung, aber auch Widerstandsfähigkeit, Würde des Individuums in der Diktatur immer wieder. Zu ihren Hauptwerken zählen die Romane Reisende auf einem Bein, Herztier und Atemschaukel. Für ihre Bücher wurde sie im Jahr 2009 mit dem Nobelpreis in Literatur ausgezeichnet. Ihre Bücher wurden in mehr als 50 Sprachen übersetzt. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass sie heute da ist. Frau Müller, herzlich willkommen.
Hallo. Als Elena und Nicolae Ceausescu am 25. Dezember 1989 in einer Kaserne der rumänischen Kleinstadt Târgoviște erschossen wurden, saß ich in Berlin vor dem Fernseher und weinte. Mein erster Gedanke war, ich habe sie ja überlebt. Denn auch in Berlin bekam ich immer wieder Todesdrohungen vom rumänischen Geheimdienst. Aber geweint habe ich auch, weil ich bei den beiden Ceausescus vor der Hinrichtung zum ersten Mal menschliche Regungen sah. Ich sah zwei Bauern mit spitzen Blicken, stechend vor Angst. Und es ergriff mich ein Mitleid gegen meinen Verstand. Die letzte Demonstration, die Ceausescu zusammentrommeln ließ, um sich bejubeln zu lassen, kippte zu einem wilden Pfeifkonzert. Er winkte ein paar Mal noch, verwirrt und ungläubig vom Balkon. Und dann verschwand er mit einem Hubschrauber. Als man ihn einige Tage später wieder sah, wurde er vor ein improvisiertes Standgericht geführt. Das Todesurteil kam völlig überraschend. Es war Dezember und erst im November wurde der Diktator auf dem Kongress der Kommunistischen Partei einstimmig und minutenlang mit Ovationen wiedergewählt. So schnell ändern sich die Zeiten, dachte ich. Damals lebte ich im Exil in Berlin und mit den Glücks- und Mitleidstränen in den Augen dachte ich, für mich hören jetzt die Todesdrohungen auf. Aber sie kamen weiter, noch ein ganzes Jahr durchs Telefon. Und in dem verelendeten Land, aus dem Unzählige fliehen mussten, kommt nun endlich eine neue Zeit, dachte ich. Es muss und wird sich alles ändern. Es wird keine Fluchten und gescheiterten Fluchtversuche mehr geben müssen. Niemand mehr wird an den Grenzen erschossen oder in der Donau von Schiffsmotoren zerstückelt werden. In Rumänien gab es bis zum Sturz des Diktators nur einen Fernsehsender, in dem täglich nur 2 Stunden gesendet wurde. Und in diesen 2 Stunden nur Propaganda und die gestammelten Reden Ceausescus. Die Zensur wird verschwinden und es wird jetzt eine freie Presse geben, dachte ich. Es wird einen Rechtsstaat ohne politische Verfolgung geben, ohne Verhöre und Hausdurchsuchungen, ohne politische Gefangene, ohne die ewigen Fensterstürze der politischen Gegner, diese als Suizide inszenierten Morde. Die Mörder werden vor Gericht kommen. Das ganze staatlich geplante Elend wird aufhören. Die Lebensmittelkarten für Brot und Milch werden verschwinden. In den Krankenhäusern wird man nicht mehr Reste aus der Strumpffabrik als Verbandzeugs verwenden müssen. Ja, dachte ich, in ganz Osteuropa wird diese sowjetische Besatzung aufhören. Also die kommunistischen Diktaturen werden Demokratien sein. Sie werden wie der Westen Europas sein. Und das dachte nicht nur ich. Wir hofften, dass alle zusammen waren fast betrunken vor Freiheit. Aber niemand im Osten wusste, wie das geht. Wie macht man Demokratie? Und heute kämpft Putin gegen diesen Aufbruch von 1989. Er führt mit sadistischen Spezialtruppen einen Eroberungskrieg gegen die Ukraine. Und er zielt damit auf alle Demokratien, die nach dem Sturz des Kommunismus in Osteuropa entstehen konnten. Und er zielt auch auf die westlichen Demokratien. Seine Internet-Trolle versuchen, ganz Europa zu destabilisieren. Er hat eine Internetarmee und die ist skrupellos und ordinär, wie er selbst. Sie überflutet das Internet mit Falschnachrichten, löscht alle Grenzen zwischen Wahrheit und Lüge. Und in allen Ländern Europas unterstützt Putin Rechtsaußenparteien. Und auch mit seinem Antisemitismus ist Putin mittlerweile im Stalinismus gelandet, als Israel der imperialistische Gegner war. Der Krieg in der Ukraine ist ja schon seit Beginn antisemitisch, weil er dort angeblich Juden entnazifizieren musste. Selbst die Blutorgie der Hamas in Israel vor kurzem hat er nicht verurteilt, um die Waffenlieferungen aus dem Iran nicht zu gefährden. Weil auch seine Kriegsführung stalinistisch ist, werden seine Soldaten rücksichtslos in den Tod getrieben. Und die russischen Frauen haben für Nachschub zu sorgen. Deshalb gibt es seit 2022 wieder den von Stalin erfundenen Orden Mutterheldin für Frauen mit 10 und mehr Kindern. Und dazu noch eine Prämie von 1 Million Rubel. Seinen Nachbarn Belarus hat er sowieso schon längst annektiert. Seine Marionette Lukaschenko darf an der Macht bleiben. Alle Kritiker sind geflohen oder im Gefängnis, also im Lager. Und dort werden sie wie Nawalny in Russland durch Isolationsfolter gebrochen. Von Maria Kolesnikova oder vom Autor und Rechtsanwalt Maxim Znak und von vielen anderen weiß man seit mehr als 10 Monaten gar nichts mehr. Nicht einmal, ob sie noch leben. Kein Telefonat, kein Brief, kein Besuch, alles abgeschafft. In der Ukraine wird der späte Aufbruch zur Demokratie mit einem bestialischen Krieg bekämpft. In Belarus wurde der Aufbruch zur Demokratie unter der Regie Russlands blutig abgewürgt. Das ist das eine. Und das andere ist, in Polen und Ungarn war der Aufbruch gelungen, bis er geknebelt wurde. Und diesmal nicht von außen, sondern von innen. Die Unabhängigkeit der Justiz ist passé, die freie Presse gefährdet. Man ist schon wieder mit einem Fuß in der Vergangenheit. In Rumänien ist der Aufbruch ermüdet. Er taumelt vor und zurück, als hätte die Zeit ihre Richtung verloren. Die Morde der Securitate wurden nie aufgeklärt. Ein großer Teil der Securitate-Akten wird immer noch unter Verschluss gehalten. Und Geheimdienstler und ihre Spitzel versorgten sich mit hohen Positionen in der Wirtschaft. Die ehemaligen Kommunisten blieben an der Regierung und ihre Nachfolger sind es heute wieder. Und die Angst vor Russland ist so präsent wie vor 30 Jahren. Und das nicht ohne Grund. Und in Ostdeutschland, der ehemaligen DDR, gilt der Aufbruch in die Demokratie heute als Verlust. Dabei hatte die DDR verglichen mit allen anderen osteuropäischen Ländern das meiste Glück. Durch die Wiedervereinigung mit dem westlichen Teil Deutschlands wurde der Aufbruch politisch und materiell buchstäblich mitgetragen. Aber leider nennt man das heute importierte Demokratie. Und das Eingesperrtsein hinter der Mauer, das Gehorchen und Schweigen, die Willkür der Partei und ihrer Stasi, all das wird heute als unbeschwertes Leben verklärt. Man jammert über die Brüche in den ostdeutschen Biografien. Und das bedeutet doch nur, dass die Freiheit als Einbruch in einen staatlich programmierten Lebenslauf beklagt wird. Diese Stimmung breitet sich in Ostdeutschland immer ungenierter aus. Gleich nach 1989 wurde diese Stimmung in Landsmannschaftsmanier von den gekränkten Funktionären der Sozialistischen Einheitspartei kultiviert. Das Wahlprogramm der Linken war jahrelang ein spießiges Heimatprogramm. Und die Rechtsextremen haben sofort begriffen, dass man das gut ins Völkische ausbauen kann. Dazu passt, dass in Sachsen, einem Teil der ehemaligen DDR, 62% der Bevölkerung eine starke Partei wollen, in der die Volksgemeinschaft insgesamt verkörpert ist. Und nach einer aktuellen Umfrage sind in Ostdeutschland 23% der Bevölkerung stark bis sehr stark rechtspopulistisch. Sie sind der Meinung, dass die Parteiendemokratie nicht funktioniert, dass das Volk von der Presse belogen wird, dass Politiker nur Marionetten fremder Mächte sind, dass so der einheitliche Volkswille unterdrückt wird. Die AfD, so heißt die rechtsradikale Partei, meint, dass man wieder völkisch denken müsse, national und sozial. Auf vielen großen Kundgebungen im Osten Deutschlands wurde Angela Merkel als Volksverräterin beschimpft und nach Putin als dem Retter gerufen. Das völkische Denken verspricht eine gute, einfache Welt mit einer kollektiven Identität. Björn Höcke von der AfD sagt, wenn seine Partei an die Macht komme, könne man nicht alle Volksteile mitnehmen. Es würden trotzdem noch genug Angehörige unseres Volkes vorhanden sein. Er träumt von einem groß angelegten Remigrationsprojekt, bei dem man wohltemperierte Grausamkeit nicht ausschließen könne. Diese Phrasen sind mehr als nur die Unterhöhlung der Demokratie. In Ostdeutschland bezirzt die AfD eine Bevölkerung, die die sozialistische Diktatur verklärt, mit dem Versprechen einer völkischen Diktatur. Und das hat Erfolg. Die Ostdeutschen stört es seltsamerweise nicht einmal, dass die AfDler ständig nach Moskau pilgern und Putin loben, obwohl sie über 50 Jahre die russische Besatzung kennenlernen durften. Und wenn sie Frieden für die Ukraine fordern, meinen sie damit nur bedingungslose Unterwerfung. Mir scheint, im Osten ist die Menschenverachtung der Diktaturen bereits vergessen. Und im Westen hat man sich ans Vorhandensein der Demokratie so sehr gewöhnt, dass man sich Diktaturen nicht mehr vorstellen will. Und man will nicht wahrhaben, dass man die Demokratie auch von innen zerstören kann. Im Westen scheinen mir viele der individuellen Freiheit müde, weil sie mit Verantwortung verbunden ist, weil die Demokratie anders als die Diktatur kein Schlepptau zum Mitlaufen hat. Sie verlangt selbstständiges Denken. Die Politik der Demokratie ist langsam und kompliziert, weil sie ethische Werte beachtet. Demokratie darf uns nicht müde machen. Ich habe die Diktatur zu spüren gekriegt. Ich kann den Osten nur daran erinnern, wie es war, und dem Westen erzählen, wie das ist oder wäre, wenn ein Mensch nichts zählt. An einem Wintertag ging ich mit meiner Mutter 3 Kilometer durch den Schnee ins Nachbardorf, ein Fuchsfell zu kaufen für einen Mantelkragen. Der Pelzkragen sollte das Weihnachtsgeschenk meiner Mutter sein. Das Fell war ein ganzer Fuchs und es glänzte kupferrot wie Seide. Es hatte einen Kopf mit Ohren, eine getrocknete Schnauze und an den Füßen die schwarzen, getrockneten Pölsterchen der Pfoten mit porzellanweißen Krallen und einen so bauschigen Schwanz, als wäre noch der Wind drin. Dieser Fuchs lebte, nicht mehr im Wald, aber in seiner konservierten Schönheit. Der Jäger hatte rote Haare wie der Fuchs. Das war mir unheimlich. Vielleicht fragte ich ihn deshalb, ob er ihn selbst geschossen hat. Er sagte, auf Füchse schießt man nicht. Füchse gehen in die Falle. Das alles sollte ein Mantelkragen werden. Ich ging noch zur Schule und wollte nicht wie alte Damen einen ganzen Fuchs mit Kopf und Pfoten am Hals, sondern nur ein Stückchen Fell als Kragen. Aber zum Zerschneiden war der Fuchs zu schön. Darum begleitete er mich jahrelang und durfte überall, wo ich wohnte, wie ein Haustier auf dem Boden liegen. Eines Tages stieß ich im Vorbeigehen an das Fell und der Schwanz rutschte weg. Er war abgeschnitten. Wochen später war der rechte hintere Fuß abgeschnitten und dann der linke. Ein paar Monate später nacheinander die vorderen Füße. Der Geheimdienst kam und ging, wie er wollte. Er hinterließ Zeichen, wenn er wollte. Der Wohnungstür sah man nichts an. Ich sollte nur wissen, dass mir in meiner Wohnung dasselbe passieren kann, wie dem Fuchs. Zu der Zeit arbeitete ich in einer Fabrik und übersetzte die Betriebsanweisungen für Maschinen, die aus Deutschland importiert wurden. Auch im Büro tauchte jetzt alle paar Tage der Securitate-Hauptmann auf. Er wollte mich als Spitzel anwerben. Zuerst mit Schmeicheleien und als ich mich weigerte, warf er die Blumenvase an die Wand und drohte. Sein Abschiedssatz war: Es wird dir noch leid tun, wir werfen dich ins Wasser. Erst einmal wurde ich dann aus der Fabrik geworfen. Jetzt war ich ein Staatsfeind und arbeitslos. Der Geheimdienstler nannte mich bei den nun folgenden Verhören parasitäres Element. Das klang wie Ungeziefer. Derselbe Geheimdienst, der meine Entlassung bewirkt hatte, beschuldigte mich nun dafür und erinnerte mich daran, dass es dafür Gefängnis geben könnte. So war das mit den sicheren Arbeitsplätzen. Es war wie beim Militär. Jeder musste jeden Morgen antreten beim Staat. Und wenn man morgens um 6:30 zur Arbeit kam, spielte über dem Fabrikhof die Marschmusik bis hinauf in den Himmel. Man ging im Takt, ob man wollte oder nicht. Jeder kam an seinen Platz, die Arbeiter an den Fließbändern an und wir Büroleute an den Schreibtischen. Und dann ging man duschen und Haare waschen. Es wurde Kaffee gekocht, die Fingernägel lackiert zwischen bisschen etwas gewerkelt und dann war schon Mittagspause mit patriotischen Arbeiterchören aus dem Lautsprecher. Viel wichtiger als unsere Produktivität war dem Staat unsere Anwesenheit. Und für diesen Gehorsam gab es vom ersten Arbeitstag bis zur Rente jeden Monat ein Gehalt. Ob etwas produziert wurde oder nicht, spielte keine Rolle. Unsere Maxime in der Fabrik war: Mach heute nicht, was du gestern versäumt hast, denn morgen ist es vielleicht nicht mehr nötig. Man dachte, der Staat stiehlt uns das Leben, also stehlen wir ihm wenigstens die Zeit. Als ich meiner Mutter die Sache mit dem Fuchs erzählte, waren ihm schon alle 4 Füße abgeschnitten. Meine Mutter fragte: Was wollen die von dir? Ich sagte: Angst. Und das stimmte. Dieses kurze Wort erklärte sich selbst. Denn der ganze Staat war ein Angstgebäude. Es gab die Angstherrscher und das Angstvolk. Jede Diktatur besteht aus denen, die Angst machen, und den anderen, die Angst haben. Angstmacher und Angstbeißer. Ich habe immer gedacht, die Angst ist das tägliche Werkzeug der Angstmacher und das tägliche Brot der Angstbeißer. So war es damals vor 1989 in ganz Osteuropa. Als sie den verstümmelten Fuchs sah, hatte meine Mutter auch Angst. Angst um mich und Angst um sich selbst. Sie sagte: Du liegst eines Tages tot im Graben. Dafür habe ich dich nicht großgezogen. Und dann schluckte sie, verdrehte die Augen und sagte dazu: Andere applaudieren und verdienen Geld. Und du bringst unsere Familie in Gefahr. Sie hatte eine doppelte Angst. Angst um mich und Angst vor mir. Diese doppelte Angst ist mir im ganzen Land begegnet. Ich bekam nie wieder eine feste Anstellung und wusste nicht, wovon ich leben soll. Ich hatte überhaupt kein Geld. Gelegentlich bekam ich eine befristete Aushilfestelle in irgendeiner Schule. Von der Straße kommend hörte ich das laute Summen der Stimmen aus dem Lehrerzimmer. Sobald ich die Tür öffnete und im Lehrerzimmer erschien, wurde es still, wie in einer Kirche. Sie schauten mich kurz an, dann flüsterten sie. Je mehr Kollegen um mich herum waren, umso deutlicher war ich allein. Wenn ein Schultag zu Ende war, ging ich wie alle zur Bushaltestelle. Niemand wollte mit mir auf der Straße gesehen werden. Ein Teil der Lehrer trödelte und hielt sich weit hinter mir, und der andere Teil beeilte sich und lief weit vor mir her. Und das geschah ohne Absprache, in der Dressur der Angst. Genauso schlimm wie die Bedrohung durch den Staat und seinen Geheimdienst war die Einsamkeit. Ich wurde von den anderen Lehrern gemieden. Ihre doppelte Angst isolierte mich. Sie hatten Angst vor dem Staat und sie hatten Angst vor mir. Ich war eine Gefahr. Ich war ja nur Aushilfe in der Schule und wunderte mich. Am Ende des Schuljahres wollten mir mehrere Schüler aus verschiedenen Klassen Kaffeebohnen schenken. Es gab keinen Kaffee im Land und 1 Kilo kostete auf dem Schwarzmarkt mehr als ein ganzes Monatsgehalt. Ich wies den Kaffee zurück. Das sprach sich herum und andere Lehrer stellten mich zur Rede und fragten mich, wieso ich mich für was Besseres halte. Sie rechneten mit diesem Kaffee und ich machte ihnen das Geschäft kaputt. schlechte Zeugnisse durch Kaffeegeschenke zu verbessern. Zum Verwalten der Angst brauchte der Alltag die Korruption. Die ist die Ökonomie der Unterdrückung. Im geplanten Mangel des Staats bekommt man das Notwendige nur durch Korruption. Für den Überwachungsstaat ist Korruption praktisch. Sie besetzt die Zeit, auch im Kopf. Sie lenkt vom Mangel ab. Jeder Staatsbeamte profitiert. Die Angst setzt den Preis fest, nicht wie in einer freien Gesellschaft der Markt. Alle sind beteiligt. Die Angstmacher verschieben die großen Dinge und die Angstbeißer die kleinen. Sie können mit Kerzen, die sie vom Arbeitsplatz gestohlen haben, das gestohlene Fleisch aus dem Schlachthaus bezahlen. Oder sich mit Kaffeebohnen am Schwarzmarkt gute Noten in der Schule kaufen. Oder mit Kassettenrekordern sogar die Prüfungen an der Universität. Das Motto für diesen Handel hieß: Nur nachts wird gestohlen, am Tag wird genommen. Auch die Gefühle wurden zur Ware. Unverbindliche Sexualität war selbstverständlich für einen guten Posten, mal für eine Anstellung, mal gegen die Entlassung. Es gab einen Wildwechsel der Materialwaren und der Gefühlswaren. Und das war Ersatz für die fehlende Freiheit. Es war sogar die einzige erlaubte Freiheit. Der Staat schaute zu, wie die Moral zwischen den Leuten verschwand. Alle waren irgendwie kriminalisiert. Und wenn dann jemand dem Regime politisch nicht mehr passte, konnte der Geheimdienst die selbstverständliche Alltagskorruption jederzeit zur Straftat erklären. Und das hieß dann nicht politische Verfolgung, sondern Diebstahl. So hatte sich nach Jahrzehnten Diktatur alles verdreht. Es gab kein ethisches Fundament mehr. Die Gesellschaft hatte ihren Kompass endgültig verloren. Alles war materiell und moralisch ruiniert. Auch die Menschen. Sie machten jahrzehntelang gar nichts und dann lehnten sie sich auf gegen das Regime. Aber in gleichem Maße auch gegen sich selbst. Die ewig schlechte Laune im Sozialismus kam auch vom Überdruss am eigenen Opportunismus. In diesen und vielen anderen vergleichbaren Momenten musste ich begreifen, dass es nicht nur Angstmacher und Angstbeißer gab. Die sogenannten Kollegen in der Schule und in der Fabrik, ja die Mehrzahl der Leute in diesem Land, waren Angstträger. So wie sie gelernt hatten, ihre eigene Angst zu verwalten, hatten sie auch gelernt, von der Angst der anderen zu profitieren. Sie waren egoistisch, rücksichtslos und machten aus dem Elend, mal ahnungslos, mal schamlos, das Beste. Sie selber glaubten, sie machen sich nur ein glattes Leben und keine Politik. Aber war doppelte Angst wirklich unpolitisch? Ich glaube nicht. Sie verhinderte das politische Denken, das zum Selbstzweifel hätte führen können. Die Verwaltung der Angst war an und für sich vorauseilender Gehorsam. Nur wenn man verfolgt war, galt man als Individuum. Denn Individuum war ein Schimpfwort. Wegen Nichtanpassung ans Kollektiv wurde man sogar entlassen. Das Individuelle durfte es nicht geben, nicht einmal in der Kleidung der Leute. In allen Läden hing die Gleichheit der Hässlichkeit. 2, 3 Modelle in jeder Saison, staubgraue Farben und viereckig und steif und scheußliche, quietschende, nach Chemiederivaten riechende Stoffe. Auf der Straße hat man das gleiche Kleidungsstück hunderte Male gesehen, weil man in den Läden ja nichts anderes fand. In einem neuen gekauften Kleid bin ich mir alle Tage danach auf der Straße dutzende Male selbst begegnet. Und mir schien, dass sich unsere gleichen Kleider voreinander ein bisschen genieren, dass sie besser als wir selber wissen, wie schäbig wir aussehen. Die sozialistische Mode war wie eine Uniform. Und so schäbig waren auch die Möbel, die Häuser, die Parks, die Straßen. Die Diktatur war in allen Bereichen des Lebens die Austreibung der Schönheit. Schönheit ist eigensinnig und apart und vielfältig. Der Staat schaffte jegliche Vielfalt ab. Aber die meisten Leute wollten unauffällig sein. Ihre verwaltete Angst brauchte Bevormundung. Ich hatte sogar den Eindruck, dass man dafür dankbar war. Das eigene Vorhandensein auf der Welt wurde fast als ein Geschenk des Staates empfunden. Wenn der Säkulist beim Verhör wütend wurde, schrie er: Was glaubst du, wer du bist? Ich sagte: Ich bin ein Mensch wie Sie. Darauf sagte er: Das glaubst du. Wir bestimmen, wer du bist. Die Freiheit, hat der große polnische Regisseur Andrzej Wajda einmal gesagt, ist etwas, das manche brauchen und andere nicht. Die Angstträger von früher brauchten sie damals nicht und heute sind sie die Unterstützer der neuen Angstmacher. Der größte Angstmacher von heute, der vom Internationalen Strafgericht gesuchte Kriegsverbrecher, war früher ein kleiner Angstmacher. Seinen Marxismus hat Putin schon längst abgelegt, aber Stalin rehabilitiert. Er schminkt sich jetzt religiös. Er bringt auf der Welt dauernd Leute um und zündet in Moskau gerne Kerzen an. Er hat einen Beichtvater und man sieht ihn kaum noch ohne den Patriarchen Kyrill. Sein Kirchenfürst hält die Menschenrechte für ketzerischen Götzendienst. Wahres Christentum, sagt Kyrill, bedeutet für ihn freiwillige Selbstversklavung. Und er bewundert Lenin, weil der aus den Russen Rädchen und Schräubchen hat machen wollen. Und er sagt, ein Knecht Gottes geht nicht wählen, sondern nimmt demutsvoll sein Los an. Als Knecht möchte ich nie wieder leben, auch nicht ohne Wahlen. Nach 1989 konnte ich mir nicht einmal im Traum vorstellen, dass die Freiheit wieder in Frage gestellt werden muss und dass es wieder Angstmacher geben wird, die mich zum Angstbeißer machen wollen. Ja, die Freiheit ist etwas, das manche brauchen und andere nicht. Und sie ist etwas, wovor manche Angst haben und andere nicht. Die Freiheit dürfen wir nicht als selbstverständlich betrachten. Sie könnte uns sonst gestohlen werden. Dankeschön. Vielen Dank.
Frau Müller, vielen herzlichen Dank. Das war Ihr Applaus, ein bewegender Vortrag. Ich habe sehr viele Fragen bereits erhalten. Ich möchte aber ganz kurz noch anknüpfen an Putin.
Ja.
Geht er als Gewinner, Verlierer aus diesem Konflikt zwischen Israel und Hamas, jetzt wo es diese Finanzierungsmüdigkeit gibt bezüglich der Ukraine? Es gibt andere Themen, es gibt andere Kriegsschauplätze. Wie sehen Sie das?
Ja, also ich glaube, diese Blutorgie in Israel hat ihm auf jeden Fall genützt. Denn, wie Sie sagten, man schaut jetzt notgedrungen auf Israel und den Krieg, den er seit vielen Jahren, seit 2014 sowieso als ganze große Attacke zum Auslöschen der Ukraine. Ich meine, da ändern sich ja die Konflikte, so wie die Hamas Israel auslöschen möchte, will Putin ja auch die Ukraine auslöschen, das heißt schlucken, einfach annektieren. Und insofern nützt ihm dieser Krieg. Und antisemitisch, habe ich ja versucht zu sagen, war Putin immer verdeckt, einigermaßen verdeckt, aber eigentlich immer deutlicher. Und heutzutage auch, ich glaube auch die jüdische Minderheit in Russland hat ja auch wieder Angst. Den Konflikt gab es ja schon länger. Viele russische Juden sind ja mittlerweile auch wieder geflohen. Und das Wort Pogrom kommt aus dem Russischen. Also es gibt eine ganz lange Tradition auch des Antisemitismus. Der Antisemitismus war immer in den Sozialismus, in den Stalinismus eingebunden. Und das manifestiert sich immer wieder, wenn es kritisch wird. Dann kommt es immer wieder zutage. Ja. Und ich hoffe auch, dass die Ukraine jetzt nicht allein gelassen wird, weil sie die Unterstützung braucht, um diesen Krieg zu überstehen und als Land, als Staat, als unabhängiger Staat erhalten zu bleiben. Und das kann ja nur passieren, wenn der Westen dabei hilft. Seltsamerweise hat die Ukraine ja nach 1989 auch ihre Atomwaffen abgegeben, mit dem Versprechen, dass man für sie garantiert. Und das Resultat sehen wir ja heute.
Frau Müller, ganz kurz, bevor ich zu den Publikumsfragen rübergehe. Sie haben natürlich auch über die AfD gesprochen. Sie wohnen in Berlin. Es gab einige Wahlen in Deutschland, die haben einen Rechtsruck gezeigt. Die AfD sieht sich nun als Volkspartei. Auch in der Schweiz haben wir einen leichten Rechtsruck gesehen. Es hängt natürlich auch damit zusammen, dass zum Beispiel die Klimathematik, die vor 4, 5 Jahren überall so präsent war, nicht mehr als die ganz große Bedrohung gesehen wird, sondern es geht um das Sicherheitsgefühl der Menschen. Wie kann denn eine Partei das Thema Migration aufnehmen, ohne dass es gleich populistisch wird? Ist das überhaupt möglich?
Ich glaube schon. Also die rechtsradikalen oder rechtsextremen Parteien reiten ja immer auf den Themen, die man nicht lösen kann sofort. Oder man kann sie nicht sichtbar auf Anhieb lösen. Und das ist das mit dem Klima. Und das ist das Flucht. Und früher war es Corona. Also das war ja auch schon so ein Thema. Und ich glaube, über Flucht muss man ja reden. Und ich glaube, man muss die Flucht auch es gibt die politische Verfolgung. Und für die Leute, die aus Kriegen oder aus Diktaturen fliehen müssen, muss es Asyl geben. Das sind unsere Menschenrechte. Das ist unser Wertesystem. Wenn wir das nicht mehr wahrnehmen, dann sind wir selber nicht mehr das, was wir in Demokratien sein wollen. Und dann gibt es die Migration. Und darüber muss man dann reden, wer wie aufgenommen werden kann und unter welchen Bedingungen. Und darüber muss man eine objektive Diskussion führen. Denn man kann die Migration nicht verbieten und abschaffen. Das wird nicht möglich sein, zumal in der Welt immer mehr Kriege entstehen, Diktaturen entstehen, auch in Ländern, ich meine, von den USA habe ich jetzt überhaupt nicht gesprochen, die Gefahr von Trump.
Das machen wir später noch.
USA ist keine Diktatur, Gott sei Dank. Und Trump wurde abgewählt und wir hoffen, dass das so bleibt. Aber sicher sein können wir natürlich nicht. Und dann haben wir die Chinesen, eine unglaublich aggressive, potente Diktatur, die sich richtig aufgepumpt hat und die ja auch mit einem Krieg droht, mit Taiwan. Und das sind natürlich Dinge, und dann gibt es die Umweltkatastrophen, vor der auch Leute fliehen müssen. Also das Problem wird sich nicht auflösen in nichts. Das ist halt nicht so. Und wer das verspricht, der macht wirklich nur, der propagiert Lügen. Und das machen die rechtsradikalen Parteien ja oft, dass sie das versprechen. Und das lässt sich nicht einlösen.
Frau Müller, es gibt sehr viele Publikumsfragen. Ich komme zu einigen. Was sind konkrete Möglichkeiten, um die Demokratie der Schweiz zu verbessern? Wie sieht denn Ihr Blick auf die Schweiz aus? Es wird ja oft gesehen als die perfekte Demokratie.
Ja, die perfekte Demokratie mit einem starken rechtspopulistischen Hauch. Auch die Beziehung zur Ukraine finde ich sehr problematisch. Also diese Weigerung, sich zu beteiligen an diesem Gemeinschaftsprojekt der demokratischen Welt, die Ukraine zu unterstützen.
Das ist ja in der Neutralität verankert.
Ja, was heißt Neutralität? Wann kann man denn neutral sein? Wenn man zuschaut bei einer Katastrophe, wie andere Leute abgeschlachtet werden, ich weiß nicht, ob man dann neutral ist. Es gehört ja auch wahrscheinlich zum Grundverständnis der Schweiz, dass sie ein demokratischer Staat ist. Insofern als Humanität in ihrem Grundverständnis hat. Und zur Humanität, glaube ich, gehört es dazu, dass man Länder unterstützt, die von anderen vernichtet werden sollen, dass man den kleinen Ländern hilft, wenn sie von möchte gern Imperien wie Putin geschluckt werden würden. Und das weiß man ja. Wenn die Ukraine aufhört zu kämpfen, dann hört sie auf zu existieren. Und man sieht doch in der Ukraine, ich bewundere mindestens seit 2014 diese patriotische, aber nicht aus den Grenzen des Humanen heraustretende, den Patriotismus. Die Liebe der Ukrainer für ihr Land ist so human und so selbstverständlich, dass mich das immer tief beeindruckt. Also es ist kein krawalliger Patriotismus, der mit Klischees und mit unmöglichen nationalistischen Argumenten herumschreit, sondern es ist ein in sich gekehrter, fast humaner Patriotismus. Und es ist ein Betteln und ein Bitten um Waffen. Und auch das Sterben dafür, das tut einem doch so weh. Und auch, dass so viele Generationen auch beschädigt werden durch diesen Krieg, wo auch noch, wir wissen, wie lange Traumata nachwirken. Wir kennen das aus allen extremen Situationen und Kriegen, auch aus der Literatur, auch aus der Wissenschaft, wenn wir Sachbücher lesen. Das wird ja wieder so kommen und es muss so kommen. Die Ukraine hat keine Wahl. Sie hat sich das nicht selbst gewünscht.
Natürlich.
Die Wahl hat Putin und er könnte den Krieg aufhören und dann gäbe es ihn nicht mehr, aber die Ukraine nicht.
Eine weitere Publikumsfrage: So viel Korruption und Backsliding kommt von gegenseitigem Misstrauen. Wie können wir denn Bürger in einer Demokratie wieder dazu bringen, gegeneinander zu vertrauen?
Naja, das Misstrauen, der Verlust an Vertrauen, ich glaube, der entsteht natürlich auch sehr, sehr stark in persönlichen Beziehungen. Persönliche Beziehungen gibt es immer, denn ich glaube, jeder Bereich der Gesellschaft hat Repräsentanten. Und diese Repräsentanten sind für ihren Bereich verantwortlich, dass sie nicht korrupt sind, dass sie sich nicht von Vorteilen vernarren lassen oder dass sie die Gesetze und die Gesetze ihrer Bereiche konkret umsetzen und anwenden. Und ja, ich glaube, es gibt für jeden eine individuelle Verantwortung, Korruption zu verhindern und ich lese ja oft Dinge über Korruption, auch aus seltsamen Berufen, zum Beispiel von Sterneköchen. Das klingt jetzt ganz verrückt, aber auch von Politikern, dass die Bezüge zur Realität werden immer geringer. Ein Abheben, das hat mit Egomanie zu tun, auch bei vielen auch mit Bereicherung, mit persönlicher Bereicherung, aber auch mit Geltungsmacht und Geltungs- und Machtdrang oder man hat sich daran gewöhnt und man ist im Nabel der Welt angelangt und dann verzichten oder dass die Realität viele Dinge gerade deshalb nicht zulässt, das machen sich viele nicht mehr bewusst.
Vielleicht eine letzte Frage noch aufgrund der fortgeschrittenen Zeit. Rechtspopulisten argumentieren für ihre Politik permanent mit Freiheit. Wie sollen sich liberale Demokraten von diesem Freiheitsbegriff abgrenzen?
Naja, Freiheit ist an sich als Begriff ein sehr eigentlich abstraktes Wort, aber eigentlich in der Anwendung ist sie konkret. Sie besteht nur aus konkreten Dingen. Entweder etwas ist möglich oder es ist verboten oder es wird verboten. Also wenn man dann genau hinhört, was die Rechtsradikalen tun wollen, ich habe einiges ja vorgelesen, was Höcke sagt, wenn er an die Macht käme, das gruselt mich. Und er kann das 100-mal Freiheit nennen. Ich weiß ganz genau Bescheid, wenn ich diese Details höre. Es ist absolut das Gegenteil davon. Ich weiß auch, dass er vorhat, die Demokratie mit ihren eigenen Mitteln abzuschaffen. Und das ist ja leider auch möglich. Und das haben wir gelernt aus vielen anderen vorherigen Gesellschaftssystemen. Und das sind die Dinge, dass die Freiheit sich das bieten lassen muss. Aber wir sind verpflichtet zu unterscheiden. Und es hängt immer an den Details. Die Einzelheiten müssen uns das zeigen, was sie sind. Und das müssen die Populisten ja auch sagen, was sie unter Freiheit verstehen. Sie sagen auch, sie sind nicht rechtsradikal, aber ich mache mir meine Begriffe ja nicht nach deren, wie sie sich selbst definieren. Wer sagt schon von sich selbst, er sei ein Tyrann oder er wolle ein Diktator, eine Diktatur werden? Auch Illiberale wie Orban sein System nennen zum Beispiel. Es ist nicht illiberal, es ist diktatorisch, es ist total autoritär und die Unterscheidungen kann man machen.
Meine Damen und Herren, gibt es noch Fragen aus dem Publikum? Vielleicht eine ganz kurze. Ja, bitteschön, hier vorne. Eine kurze Antwort, bitte.
Ja.
Herzlichen Dank für Ihr Referat. Ich glaube auch, Ihr Punkt Korruption und wie die eine Gesellschaft zersetzt, war sehr, sehr eindrücklich. Meine Frage nun ist, wie überwindet man Korruption in Gesellschaften, die frei wurden? Gibt es da irgendwelche Patentrezepte? Was würden Sie da empfehlen aus Ihrer Erfahrung?
Wie man sie überwindet?
Nachhaltig.
Also Korruption ist ja auch, ich habe das immer wieder sehen müssen, eine Mentalität. Wenn sie lange anhält, geht sie mental als Selbstverständlichkeit in die Köpfe. Aber man braucht ein Rechtssystem und man braucht die Gesetze, die die Korruption juristisch zur Verantwortung zieht. Und das hat dann Folgen. Und man muss die korrupten Stellen in den verschiedensten Bereichen sanktionieren. Und wenn dieser Hebel nicht funktioniert, dann wird sie selbstverständlich. Aber ich glaube, es wird immer Korruption geben, auch in den demokratischen Gesellschaften. Aber die demokratischen Gesellschaften unterscheiden sich dadurch, glaube ich, dass sie eine Handhabe dagegen haben und dass die Justiz unabhängig funktioniert. Und das ist ja Unabhängigkeit der Justiz, das sagt sich auch so leicht, aber es ist grundlegend für eine demokratisch funktionierende Gesellschaft.
Auch bei den Chefköchen.
Ja.
Leider haben wir keine Zeit mehr. Wir machen jetzt eine Kaffeepause. Frau Müller, Sie sind noch hier während der Kaffeepause, falls es noch weitere Fragen aus dem Publikum gibt. Besten Dank für Ihre Fragen schon mal, Frau Müller. Vielen Dank.
Ich danke Ihnen. Vielen Dank. Dankeschön.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now, this is a research slam. If you haven't seen one before, this is how it will work. Each of the speakers, the experts, will get 5 to 6 minutes max to make their case, to present their research, their findings. And then we discuss it here on stage with you in the audience, of course. You know by now how to ask your questions, send them to me, or simply raise your hand. Let me introduce the speakers. Silja Heusermann, she's professor of political science at the University of Zurich. She'll talk to us about polarization of democratic politics. She's also the co-author of the discussion paper. The printout is available outside, is also, of course, available in digital form. Also, welcome back, Joachim Vogt, UBS Foundation Professor at the University of Zurich. He will talk to us about going viral, propaganda, persuasion, and polarization. We'll also be hearing from Natascha Wunsch. She is Professor of European Studies at the University of Fribourg. She will present her findings on the topic of who tolerates a democratic backsliding. And last but not least, you saw him here before, David, he's affiliated professor at the UBS Center. He will talk to us about understanding the rise of opinion as facts. Silja, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Many people worry about polarization in today's democracy, and this worry is perfectly understandable because we witness the rise of radical parties who defend diametrically opposed visions of society and social order. So yes, electorates and political parties today are polarized. But only 20 years ago, we were equally worried about the opposite, about the convergence of political parties. Many political scientists even warned about the emerging post-democracy, where elections would become empty shells because the main parties converge and thereby undermine effective political choice for voters. So the question of the relationship between polarization and democratic politics is not that simple. Is programmatic polarization, meaning the fierce competition between clearly distinctive programmatic alternatives, healthy or harmful for democracies? I will present a few arguments from a UBS Center public paper that I co-authored with Simon Bornschir based on our research. And in this paper, we argue that there are many functional and even important aspects to polarization for democracy, but that we need to understand the conditions under which polarization can turn against liberal democracy. So let's first focus on the functional aspects. Today's polarization reflects nothing less than the emergence of a new and important dimension of party competition. In addition to the traditional left-right conflict between more state interventionist positions on the one hand and more market liberal positions on the other hand, we have seen over the past 30 years the development of a second dimension of conflict that political scientists label universalism versus particularism. The second dimension divides positions on socio-cultural issues. Think of immigration, cultural liberalism, gender, minority rights, or supranational integration. Universalistic positions advocate openness, integration, and inclusion. Particularistic positions advocate protection, traditions, and national priority. And it is this second dimension that drives political polarization today. This can also be shown empirically. This figure here positions all political parties of Western Europe according to their state market dimension positions horizontally and their universalism particularism dimension positions vertically. And this is based on the Chapel Hill data on political party positions. The different colors that you see reflect different party families. You see Green parties, socialist parties, radical left parties, liberal, conservative, and far-right parties. And the size of these circles reflect the electoral strength of the different parties. So what I want to highlight in this picture is the following. This vertical dimension here has become what political scientists call a social cleavage. A social cleavage is a political conflict that is deeply rooted in society and is associated with distinctive political group identities on both sides of this political divide. And research shows that this is indeed the case with this universalism-particularism divide. So how is this good for democracy or functional for democracy? In three ways. First, social cleavages generate stability by shaping political identities. In the 20th century, we had cleavages as well. Working class identity, Catholic, Protestant identities were very important. Today's cleavage relies on other identities. For instance, cosmopolitan versus national identity or urban versus rural identity. But having such collective identities and also knowing the demographic groups that share them is important and allows for democratic representation. And that's the second important aspect I want to mention. Democratic representation is always group representation. If voters were to behave in a purely individualistic, issue-based, volatile way across elections, no effective democratic representation would be possible. And finally, third, a certain degree of polarization is also a precondition for accountability and responsiveness. Only with clearly structured conflict can politicians be held accountable for their choices and actions. However, we also know that there are cases in which precisely this polarization has turned against democracy. And these cases are in our focus today. So, under what conditions does polarization turn dangerous for democracy? There is not one single simple factor that divides harmful from healthy polarization, but two factors stand out. The first factor is social segmentation and outgroup hostility. If voters are segmented into separate lives and separate social networks, the political other side can become not just an opponent, but also an enemy, and that's of course dangerous. One way to mitigate this risk is by creating opportunities for social interactions beyond these political divides, for instance, through good public schools, public spaces, good mobility infrastructure, etc. The second dangerous condition for democracy arises when radical parties with a populist understanding of democracy win government power. When such governments, often directly elected presidents, encounter resistance against their programs by other democratic institutions, think of the parliament or the judiciary, they may start turning against these very institutions. So this risk is lower in countries with multi-party systems and proportional elections where governments are formed as coalitions. So to conclude on my main message here, a certain level of polarization is a precondition for representative, competitive democracy. But it takes social and political institutions of integration and power sharing to keep polarization in check. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for coming. Happy to share some thoughts from joint work with Bruno Capertini, Marcel Käßmann, and David Yanagizawa right here. So, when you're really upset about something deeply that the world is going in the wrong direction, what do people do? Well, today, of course, they're often on Twitter, or they share their sentiment on Facebook. But there's one time-honored way to express your views that is almost as old as mankind, that we've seen in the press in the last 2 weeks or 3, which is to demonstrate. Out, thousands and tens of thousands in the squares of cities, stand up for what you believe or what you're upset about. And despite the fact that this is a very... I think my mic has just died. Okay. Despite the fact that this is a very old way of expressing your opinion, there are things that we don't really know about what this type of expressing your views en masse does. To this question, back in his...
Sorry, we'll give a hand mic eminently.
Okay. I think I'll just try to carry on and we'll see how we go. Okay, so, demonstrate. express opinions, in this case, from a demonstration in Charlottesville a few years back under the Trump presidency. And people express their views like this. The question is, does it do anything else other than some people with some very strange preferences walking around and saying this is what we feel we should stand up for? And in principle, there's two reactions that this can actually engender. One is that it might actually fire up people who are already inclined in the same direction. They realize that there's other people who think like them, and now they actually throw in their lot with this group. Okay? So you have groups like this, Proud Boys, white supremacists, who now realize that they can come out of the closet because many other people think like them. Option one. The second thing is, as Newton already told us, every action creates a reaction. And this is what you see here. Here's the anti-fascists clashing with people in Charlottesville. Now, what's the analytical problem? If we want to think more about what demonstrations, marches actually do, we need to find a way in which we can look at the impact and pin down its effects with a lot of data. And even where the march, for example, goes, of course, is not randomly chosen. You might go to the place where you think people are most likely to support you. So what we do in this paper is to go to the decline and fall of Germany's first democracy in the interwar period. We're going to look at the end of the Weimar Republic and the coming of the Nazis. And of course, the Nazis called it the seizure of power, having a vision of them sweeping to power on the back of a form of institutionalized violence, but it's actually not what happened. We know what happened. 37% of the population voted for these guys. And then eventually the president gave in and said, let's give them a chance. Let's see how they are in government, combined with a large conservative coalition. Getting to that point, getting to that kind of level of public support, took relatively few short years, from 2.6% of the electorate in the late 1920s to 1932. And one thing that the Nazis did on thousands of events was to march everywhere in Germany, to try to impress people with the strength and unity of purpose that they brought to this business. So what we do in this paper is to look at one town where we have excellent data and to look at two marches in April 1932. And the reason why we do this is that this is Hamburg. It's a big German city with millions of inhabitants, the second biggest city in Germany at the time. And we have a wonderful setting. Why? Because the presidential election of 1932, in which Hitler was a candidate, had just happened. The Nazis marched immediately after, and a few short weeks later, you have parliamentary elections. So it's like a flash bulb going off immediately before these marches and immediately afterwards. So we can now compare what happens in those areas where the marches go and where they didn't go. That's what we do here. This is just superimposing the change in votes between these two events. The darker the red, the more the Nazis win. And as you can see, you don't need any statistics for this. Along the lines of the marching route, you find those areas with the biggest increases for the Nazi party. It's not perfect. Not every single one of these areas will swing this way. But of those that really heavily swing towards the Nazis, almost every single one is on or close to the marching route. Okay? That's the first thing that we find. The second thing that you can do with this, because we actually know before the march happens what the level of support is to see whether this is the same everywhere, or it depends on what people are sort of bringing to the party before it actually gets going. And that's what we do here. So let me just explain to you how this works. On the x-axis from left to right, you see how many Nazi votes there are before the march in the last presidential election. On the y-axis, from bottom to top, you see how much extra Nazis get. It's in the areas where they're strong already, the march goes past and they gain a lot extra. People
who are already sort of in this camp, they see the march, now they really jump on the bandwagon. The exact opposite is true in the areas where they're weak. If anything, it creates backlash, it reduces support. So if you think about polarization, that's exactly what this march induces. It makes the strongholds of the Nazis stronger, and it weakens them on average in the areas where they're weak to start with. So what do we learn? Demonstrations, marches, rallies are one of the oldest forms of protest and expression of public will. What we do in this study is to examine exactly how this influences political actions, in this case voting. We can demonstrate that there's a polarizing effect, and I think it raises some fundamental questions about for whom is the freedom of assembly that is an integral part of democracy, as David was telling us, the freedom of expressing your own will. Do we give this to people who are anti-democratic, and we see waving flags for the caliphate and Sharia law, or is tolerance only for those who subscribe to the basic rules of a democratic society, given the consequences that we see from having the freedom to assemble? And I'll leave it there.
Democracy is under threat. Many of the speakers of today's forum will tell us this. But the threat is a novel one. In many cases, we see not a sudden democratic breakdown, but elected leaders who begin to gradually chip away at democratic safeguards. The starting point of such processes of democratic backsliding is often a reasonably consolidated democratic system with free and fair elections. In such systems, citizens, as voters, have a big influence over electoral outcomes. They are the ones who enable authoritarian-leaning leaders to arise to power and, once elected, to cement their positions. So why is it that a plurality of voters fail to stand up for democracy? In other words, who tolerates democratic backsliding? There are two ways to explain this puzzle. The dominant explanation, informed primarily by the example of the United States, focuses on partisan polarization. When the choice is about partisan loyalty versus protecting democracy, many will choose their party. However, this pattern is not the whole story. Over the past years, I've investigated an alternative explanation that centers on citizens' liberal democratic commitment. Where citizens support democracy, they should act as safeguards to hold governments accountable. Where political leaders and their parties overstep democratic rules, citizens who are committed to liberal democracy should remove them from power by withdrawing their electoral support. In brief, I claim that even in a consolidated system, citizens do not necessarily understand democracy in the same way. Instead, they have different attitudes towards democracy that affect their ability to recognize and punish democratic transgressions by elected leaders. To probe this intuition, I investigated attitudes towards democracy among citizens in Hungary and Poland, the two most prominent cases of backsliding in Europe. I asked citizens not only how important liberal democratic norms such as free elections, civil rights, or gender equality are to them, but also to rate three other dimensions: redistribution, or the welfare support that a democracy is able to deliver; the importance of unencumbered majority rule, even where this means infringing upon minority rights; and third, the maintenance of social order, even where this limits the rights of minorities and limits civic freedoms. In both Hungary and Poland, this analysis identifies four groups. Strong liberals value the liberal dimension of democracy most strongly. But they are also a very small group. 12% of the survey sample in Hungary, 13% in Poland. Weak liberals, by comparison, form a much larger group in both countries. These individuals support liberal democracy, but also value redistribution to a comparable extent. This makes them vulnerable to accepting targeted welfare benefits as possible compensation for government's lack of respect for democratic standards. Besides, weak liberals also have a rather positive view of unencumbered majority rule. This means they might be willing to overlook democratic transgressions by a government that is backed by an electoral majority. Ambivalent or weak or indifferent Democrats value all four proposed dimensions of democracy to a similar extent, meaning that they do not prioritize liberal democracy over any of its alternatives. These individuals are often deeply disillusioned with what democracy can deliver and have turned away from politics at large. Finally, outright authoritarians see social order as the most important dimension of a political system. They value liberal democratic norms very little. This attitude is worrying, of course, but as you can see, such individuals are very few. So democratic backsliding cannot be blamed on citizens who have an explicit preference for autocratic rule. So overall, citizens have different attitudes towards democracy. But how consequential are these different attitudes when it comes to explaining their vote choice or who tolerates democratic backsliding? I probed this in two survey experiments that pitted two competing candidates against one another. So you have two different candidates that express distinct views on key features of democracy, but also on their economic and cultural orientations. The precise survey task looked like this. You see it displayed on the screen, and respondents were asked to say which of the two competing profiles they would vote for, and also to rate the two profiles. And on this basis, I estimated how important different candidate characteristics were for different groups' vote choice. Now, the full analysis looks like this. Allow me to zoom just into the main finding. Here we see how the different groups of Democrats responded to candidates' varying positions on judicial independence. We heard before in Herta Müller's talk how crucial this is for the quality of a democracy. Estimates to the right of the midpoint indicate that profiles with the indicated characteristic were more likely to be chosen by respondents. They were less likely to be selected when they are to the left. So concretely, candidates expressing a liberal vision of judicial independence were rewarded by all respondents. You see all the points are to the right of the midpoint, but most clearly so by the strong liberals. In reverse, authoritarian positions were most strongly punished, again by the light green dot, the strong liberals. This pattern is consistent across both countries. So in sum, it is indeed the strong liberals that make the biggest difference when it comes to conditioning their support for a political candidate upon their respect for liberal democratic norms. Other groups, as we see, the vast majority of the electorate, are more open to tolerating democratic transgressions. Now, what about partisan polarization as an explanation of who tolerates democratic backsliding? Again, let me just briefly show you the full analysis before focusing on the key patterns here. Are incumbent supporters more open to discounting non-liberal views by political candidates? This is partially the case, but not consistently so. For Hungary, the partisan story is one of cultural polarization rather than divides over democracy itself. As we see here, supporters of the governing Fidesz party are the only partisan group to show a very clear preference for those candidates that that express openness towards protecting traditional culture, and they strongly reject candidates who show openness towards new influences. In Poland, the picture is slightly more complex. Here we see that supporters of the governing Fidesz party are somewhat less likely to reward liberal statements, as well as to punish majoritarian and authoritarian ones. At the same time, we again find here in the bottom part of the image that the largest difference between the partisan groups is at the cultural level, measured here with attitudes towards abortion rights. Peace supporters, as well as supporters of the far-right Confederation Party, punish candidates who support a liberal abortion policy and reward those who seek to further restrict access to abortion. Again, then, cultural polarization appears as the biggest divide between supporters of different parties. Now, these findings hold two implications when it comes to promising recipes to address democratic backsliding. For one, tolerance towards backsliding appears less as a question of partisan loyalty and more as one of varying commitment towards liberal democracy in the population. A generalized lack of liberal democratic commitment makes a democratic system vulnerable to backsliding. Second, cultural divides, which we know have been growing across the world, appears that I mentioned that illiberal leaders may be able to mobilize to secure electoral support even when seeking to subvert democratic institutions. Addressing both of these dimensions head-on via civic education and political dialogue might help make democracies more resilient and prevent backsliding from spreading to ever more settings. Thank you.
Opinions as facts, question mark. Think about that taxi driver I mentioned earlier. When I asked him about, is democracy under threat in the US? And he said yes. And then I'm asking why. And he pointed to elections no longer being fair, the judiciary no longer being independent from political forces. So on some level, he had the right definition of a democracy, and he thought it was under threat. But his perception deviated from reality. How perception may deviate from reality is something I've studied in numerous settings, including the Rwandan genocide, where one ethnic group attacked the other ethnic group, and the role of mass media in shaping those behaviors. I've also studied less violent conflict, political conflict, and the role of mass media in the US. Let me start with the following distinction, which is a very traditional one in mass media, which is the distinction between news versus opinion. And if you look at media markets, including the Wall Street Journal, and then most media outlets, they make a very clear distinction between these two objects. The news section delivers facts. What's the GDP growth? What's the inflation rate? Etc. The opinion pieces tell us stories around these facts, ways to interpret reality. Both serve very important functions in democracy, arguably. We want to have both. But one question is whether, in people's minds, this distinction is so clear. And there are reasons to believe, I think, that in recent years, actually the distinction has become less clear in the media market. In particular, if you look at television. So television, for example, in the United States, if you go back 20, 30 years, if you turn on the TV at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, you would have news programs, but then afterwards there would be entertainment programs that didn't really discuss society much. But with the rise of cable television, with news channels such as Fox News or MSNBC, we have seen the rise of what's called opinion shows. Now, if you ask executives about these two types of shows, they make it very clear that in their mind, there's a clear distinction. So, for example, Jay Wallace, the Fox News president, said, look, we have what's called straight news between 6 and 7 o'clock. And then later in the evening, we have opinion shows. Everybody understands that, including the viewers. But is that true? Are people able to really separate the two? We have a paper where we study a natural experiment leading up to the pandemic in 2020. If you may remember, around January, February, we received news about a virus and its outbreak in China. News channels would report this news, but the opinion shows would discuss what it means. Fox News is a traditional right-wing channel, but what's interesting with this natural experiment is that the two main hosts, Tucker Carlson to the left and Hannity on the right, took two very diverging narratives early on in the pandemic, from about mid-February to around mid-March. If you may remember, most of the lockdowns happened in mid-March. In particular, Tucker Carlson to your left, he said this is a major event, it's a dangerous virus, we should take it very seriously. Hannity downplayed the importance of the virus. He instead pointed towards the Democratic Party exploiting this virus for political purposes. Right? So two very diverging narratives. Eventually they converged. We first show by calculating or by measuring the content that there was this divergence that peaked around mid-February, and then eventually they converged in the narrative. So it was Hannity that converged to Tucker Carlson's narrative, also highlighting that was a dangerous virus. But there was this period over a few weeks where there was a diverging narrative. And we used data from the United States, looking across different counties, in counties' propensity to watch each of these two different shows, conditional liking Fox News. This is nice from an empirical perspective because most of the selection in terms of your political preferences happens in terms of which channel you watch. We use a particular method called instrumental variable techniques that exploit sort of the scheduling of these programs, and when people prefer to watch TV, to get what's called arguably exogenous or as good as random variation in what show people tended to be exposed to. And so in red here, you see counties in the US that were more exposed to the Hannity show, versus in black, they were more exposed to the Tucker Carlson show. And so we tracked then behaviors and outcomes in these counties over time, over these few weeks. And the first thing we see in the survey data when we ask people when they first adjusted to be in terms of behavior, in terms of washing their hands, social distancing, perhaps wearing masks, these kinds of things. We see the same pattern with a bit of a lag in that those places that were exposed to the narrative that this was a serious virus, they adjusted earlier compared to those that listened to or watched Hannity. So this is a behavioral change. Mass media narratives are powerful for changing behavior. But then we look at health outcomes as well. And here you can look at the gray and the red graph. So the gray is caseloads of COVID-19, and red is deaths. And this was very deadly in the end. So the narrative that was put forth by Hannity in the end cost more deaths. So we conclude by saying a few things, that the trust in opinion shows that people have are quite powerful. And we have an experiment to show that actually people prefer, even though we pay them money to know objective facts, or to learn objective facts, such as the GDP and inflation rate. And even when we try to pay them a lot of money to get to the facts, they prefer to watch these opinion shows over straight news shows, even though straight news shows deliver more of these facts. The broader question, I think, is, can the same forces, this trust in opinion leaders on television, undermine democracy? Let me just say one thing here, because the paper wasn't about the threat to democracy, because it was written kind of before the 2020 election. But we did conduct a survey after the election, where we asked people if they thought the election was stolen. And we looked at how that correlated with whether people preferred, Fox News preferred to watch the news show or the opinion shows. And those that watched the opinion shows were about 20 percentage points more likely to believe that the election was stolen. So with that, I'll leave you that thought. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gents, thank you so much for that. Over to you, the audience, to respond to everything you heard. Anyone in the audience? I have a lot of questions here on my iPad. From you as well, Ernst. Is there a microphone? It's coming.
When we talk about opinions as facts, I mean, it's great that we know that opinion shows affect what people believe, and it has behavioral consequences. Now the question is, in your view, there are many experts now on the panel, how can we get rid of these myths? So how can we demythify, so to speak, the political dialogue here? What are the means that are available for those who believe in democracy to get people to acknowledge facts, basically? Isn't that the big elephant in the room, the big question? So, and I just want to ask the experts on the panel, what do you think about this? Because this is in the end the big question. How can we get people acknowledge a fact as a fact and opinion as an opinion, and not misconstrue opinions as facts?
So I think that's a great question, and in Western Europe at least we used to have an answer, and that idea was called public broadcasting. BBC, the öffentlicher Rundfunk in Germany, Switzerland has the equivalent, and I think what's happened with good intentions but catastrophic consequences is that these very institutions have been captured by a very narrow set of views, and are now, at least in the countries that I know better, the UK and Germany, used as a way to educate and indoctrinate a reluctant and often seen as backward population in the collected wisdoms of a particularly left, woke, climate activist agenda. You cannot switch on a German TV show or radio program where you're not going to be pointed towards the climate catastrophe and how the time to act is now and so forth. And people just don't want this. They're going to go away, and you've lost any constituency for quality journalism by basically hijacking what used to be public broadcasters with a very focused remit on transmitting information and being objective and fair-minded.
David, let me follow up here with an audience comment or question on this. The independent press as an essential marketplace of ideas and watchdog is under enormous financial pressure. So we're not talking about the state broadcasters. What to do to hold up this critical institution for democratic dialogue if there's so much financial pressure? Let's take CNN, for example, because they were very much anti-Trump, and we saw very long monologues at the anchor desks, and they were going on and on about, Trump, and they showed Trump rallies in full. But now, under new leadership, they're going back to saying, hey, maybe we need to position ourselves in the middle. We want to be the channel for everyone in between. We don't want this polarization anymore. Equally, CNN is under a great deal of financial strain. How do you square the two?
I think it's a fundamental challenge. These market forces are very strong. Over the last 20 years, it's become very clear that people demand opinion shows. These companies are profit maximizing at the end of the day. And so that demand is met by the supply. I think we're pointing out the dangers of that, right? But if we believe in the market economy, right, we cannot necessarily, and we believe in free speech, we cannot forbid certain opinion shows, right? So that's the fundamental tension, but I think, this is not necessarily a new question. So we have the tool of subsidizing information. So one, tool is public broadcast, but you can subsidize the truth in various ways. You can subsidize academia, for example, not to be self-interested, right? You can have these kinds of events. You can also run polls about the truth. For some of the distortions in people's perceptions is not about things like what's the inflation rate or what's the income inequality, but part of the distortion right now is, take US for example, Democrats saying these Republicans are crazy, they believe in this and that. And Republicans are saying the same thing. Look at these crazy liberals, they believe in this and that. And there are these polls that show, okay, so what exactly are the policy positions and preferences across the spectrum? And then you measure what people perceive Republicans to believe in. And these are just magnified, these are amplified. So the gaps, the conflict is actually much less than what people perceive it to be, right? So those kinds of misperceptions, if people perceive there to be big cleavages, maybe you can reduce some of that perception by actually having polls and distributing truth. Right? So I think small things like that could help. But yeah, it's a challenge.
When we talk about, say, broadcasters, though, Joachim, I think you made the point that some of it is biased. And funding may dry up, too, in Switzerland. Big debate about whether we're still going to have to pay that much. But Celia, come in here.
Can I get the...
You have a mic.
It's working. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yes, so I mean, it is a big question. It's an important question. I think both topics that were mentioned, the subsidization of different private media, public broadcasting, point to a mechanism that is important there, and that I tried to get at the very end of my speech is the idea of having institutions that facilitate the exposure to the other side, the contact with people who live in different realities, not just who have different opinions, but who experience different realities. And the more you have that, I think the less the danger that this complete mix-up of opinions and facts happens. So in more abstract terms, societies need to kind of prevent people from self-selecting purely in their own networks and realities. And that can happen through the media, but it can happen, more importantly, probably through schools, public spaces, etc. That is a very difficult and a broad task, but I think eventually it's probably the only way to sensitize people to other realities and divergences of realities. And then, of course, opinions can diverge on how to read the facts and what to make of the facts. They have to, but just to be aware of a variety of experiences.
Natasha, I've got an audience question for you. Does social desirability bias, does it affect survey results? Might Polish and Hungarian citizens be more authoritarian than they admit in surveys?
I mean, social desirability bias is always a concern with surveys. I think what is interesting here is that we don't see it play out when it comes to the strong liberals, because of course there's also a strong desirability to express support for liberal democracy. And yet, when you confront respondents with these various understandings of democracies and these alternatives, then you're actually able to get at much better the variation that exists. Because what we see in most polls is that they ask either about support for democracy at a very generic level, very abstract level, or specifically about support only for liberal items. And in both cases, we see 9 out of 10 thinks democracy is the best thing in the world. So definitely that, but with the measure that I developed, you're actually able to see much more variation within the population.
Can I just stay with the example of Poland and Hungary for a moment? Because roughly a month ago, we saw a sweeping change in Poland, where actually voters went for the pro-European parties, and now they're in the process of forming a government. How do you explain that? How do you explain that big shift that happened in Poland?
It's not yet a sweeping change, I would say. So for now, the president is still trying to see whether they can prevent the former government from remaining in power. But definitely what we see is that the pro-democracy camp, first of all, managed to rally together. So it's no longer just one opposition party against the governing party. They all came together to fight around democracy, and also to use this narrative in a more successful way than they had done before. So I think it's very dangerous to meet this cultural polarization that the governing party often uses to say, so this is not about everyone being in favor of same-sex marriage, adoption, climate change, radical policies, etc. This is actually about the very core of our political system, free and fair elections. Please turn out, please vote for us, and that worked.
Polarization, another audience question, seems to settle mostly around rising culture war conflict lines, for example, gender, sexuality, religion, and climate. Why? You said now in Poland it was something different, it was around free and fair elections, but maybe, Celia, you can help us out here.
Yes, so I think it's important to see that deep political divisions are always both material and cultural. I mean, the class conflict in the 20th century was not a purely material conflict over money. It was just as much an identity conflict involving very strong class identities. The same goes for confessional religious identities, of course. So identity politics that we often talk about today is really nothing new, and it's really part of democracy, and important for what Joachim Vogt talked about mobilization, right? A lot of democracies are mobilization, and that happens through identities with a specific position. Now, today, the topics that you mentioned, that we categorize as sociocultural topics, are more salient, mobilize more strongly than distributive questions. This has several reasons. One of them is that a lot of the distributive divides that we had very prominently in the end of the 20th century have been fought to some extent. The other point, of course, is that from the early 21st century onwards, first we had on the left the rise of so-called new left issues around gender equality, minority protection, international solidarity, internationalism, and that led to a backlash on the right against these proposals. And this divide is just, these are what Herta Müller called before the difficult questions that are not easily solved currently, and that we don't really have answers to yet in our societies. So these debates play out right now.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've got criticism or a hint from the audience. No one has mentioned social media yet. However, the younger generation, many of them are here, they're consumed via TikTok, Instagram, and not via TV or newspaper. So let me add one more factor. Social media, AI, does it lead to more polarization, yes or no? David, Joachim.
It's a bit difficult to answer. My guess is yes. Let me kind of say a few things here. So Celia hinted at this before, which is people self-select into different networks. That has always been the case, even before social media, right? There's a strong demand for homophily, which is people tend to want to sort with similar people. So that seems to be a very fundamental human drive. Now, with social media, there was sort of, when it came about, I think there were an optimistic view, which is like, this is death of distance. You lower the cost of information. People can connect across the country, and you can sort of, maybe the country can come together, actually, because you're breaking down the spatial barriers, and now you can connect. Then there was this other view by Cass Sunstein and others, which is the notion of an echo chamber. Mm-hmm. And it seems like this latter thing has sort of been the dominant one, right? Now, the causal effect of ending up in an echo chamber is kind of hard to get at empirically, because people self-select, right? But Facebook, in collaboration with researchers, have run a series of experiments in recent years, and these papers are just coming out. So, I think the jury's still out exactly how powerful this force has been, because you can't just run surveys. Actually, you want to sort of see how people vote in the end. So it's kind of hard to get at. But my guess is yes, mm-hmm. It has. Yeah.
I think, Celia, in your paper, you also mm-hmm. refer to that. You also pretty much say the jury's still out. People have always tried to coalesce and, associate themselves with people who think alike. But I think the role of social media is very much pervasive, Joachim, in marches and demonstrations. You see videos of those, and people get excited about it, or they're heavily opposed. How would you characterize it?
People managed to march on the Bastille without Instagram, and they managed to sort of march through the Brandenburg Gate without Facebook. So I think for some of these forms of mobilization, you don't need social media. And partisan media is not new. I mean, in Germany in the interwar period, there was actually a directory where you could look up for every newspaper which party they affiliated with. It was completely transparent. Same thing in the US in many ways, not exactly party affiliate, but you knew which newspaper. And so you could sort into these echo chambers already back then. So in that sense, you know, every new generation of technology creates its own angst, but I would sort of caution against some kind of hyperventilating, everything new, everything different. Oh my God, we've never seen anything like it. No, it's more of the same. Maybe it's a bit more powerful. But it also creates these opportunities, and I'm not sure exactly how to get at them empirically, that if I now actually care about a topic, I can educate myself about this on Twitter and through the internet and with AI in a way that, you know, even 10 years ago would have seemed completely unimaginable. So what I expect there to be the case too is polarization, where some people who actually care about understanding stuff now end up vastly more competent and endowed with all the relevant facts. And some people have a very easy time just going for the one sort of outrageous tweet, meme, whatever, that gets their juices flowing.
Now, you seem to somewhat downplay the importance of social media here, but I added another factor. It's AI, generative AI, and that can be used for fake news, which is perpetuated, disseminated on social media. Do you not see a threat there?
No, sure, generative AI could do horrible things, but then, you know, there's these beautiful examples of leaders of the Soviet Revolution being edited out with very, very old tech, and things being distorted in that way. I don't think that in that sense there's something new under the sun. The cost of what's being done has changed, and the result's better. It's shinier, newer, like with entertainment, but that's not a fundamental change. It's not a quantum leap.
Mm-hmm. Audience questions? Many? Yes? Let's get to, yep, in the back.
Hi. Is this working? Yeah. Hi, thank you very much for the interesting conversation. Regarding social media, I also felt like the influence was a bit downplayed, and also the algorithm that's behind it, because it's not just an echo chamber, it's something that's reinstalled on the viewer again and again, and it's an echo chamber that gets louder, and I think it has a much bigger movement than reading the newspaper and trying to gather your own information. But with the look at the financial situation, I was wondering what your opinion is on the duty or responsibility that these media companies such as TikTok and Meta and things like that have to maybe put more focus on information, because if we say the BBC is underfunded, then maybe now the responsibility is on TikTok and Facebook and whoever.
Does anyone want to respond to this?
What was the specific question? Sorry.
I think that the likes of TikTok, they should be better funded, as opposed to maybe BBC, some of the states, if I understand it correctly. Should they be better funded, given that this is where a lot of young people get their information from? I mean, these are private companies, so it's not the role of the state to fund them, obviously. That should be the shareholders.
Just one thing I think maybe to add to this discussion is that people adjust over time in terms of how they perceive or trust a given news source. And so, you know, people have run surveys and trust in mass media, and it's sort of on the decline, which itself is quite problematic. But it's also quite rational in a way that, you know, if there's sort of more crap out there, then, you know, any given post on Twitter or TikTok, some outrageous claim, people are just not going to believe in it as much, right? So there is an element of rationality there, right?
Well, hopefully, and that's why a lot of people are leaving Twitter, hopefully. Yep, a few questions here. Gentleman here in the middle.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we can understand how the political process leads to more polarization, and how party politics, polarization may be good for getting voters. But once parties are in power, this polarization does not serve to solving any real problems of society. And real problems of society cannot be solved by extreme positions, but they require deliberation and data analysis and fine understanding and dialogue and all these different things. So the question is, how can we actually design a model of society that will achieve stability without this polarization, and actually get people to not necessarily identify with extreme position A or extreme position B, but but constantly keep this openness to facts, to subtleties, to different positions, etc., and actually create a political culture where an extreme position would be discounted from the beginning, saying, you know, this guy can't possibly be trusted with such an oversimplification of a complex world. So how could we fundamentally change our political culture and achieve political stability without this polarization? Is this somehow possible?
That's a big question, yeah?
Yes, I would like to answer that question. I think it's a very good question, and especially in Switzerland, where the polarization clearly undermines the capacity to take decisions in the political system. So it's an important question. But I think, you know, that's why towards the end, I said there are two ways of forming governments. One is through coalitions, and one is through a direct, clear mandate to a president or a government to implement a preset agenda. And the coalition way of governing is one where I think the dealing with differences, with different opinions and demands is handled better in terms of democratic decision-making capacities, because it socializes voters into an understanding of democracy as a system that produces output that does not align with one or the other side, but that has necessarily to lie somewhere in the middle. And I think that's what I would oppose to a populist understanding of democracy, which is a clear popular mandate. I'm the president, and now I have to get everything through that I was elected for, and I have to get all the obstacles out of my way to do this because I have a popular mandate. That's also a vision of democracy, but it's of course a very populist vision of democracy. And this other vision of democracy that, of course, elections are polarized. It's okay if we disagree. It's part of democracy to have very clearly diverging positions. But after the election, it's all about trying to find a middle ground. And I think that that's the best we can have, because the other solution would be technocracy, right? To take certain questions out of the democratic realm, to say people are not informed, not able to make sensible judgments, so we need technocrats to take these decisions. That can be a temptation sometimes, but in general, comparatively, we had a few countries where we had technocratic governments after political deadlock, Italy, for instance, and usually populists come out stronger out of a technocratic episode. So I think power-sharing coalition governments is the best we get, even though it's not, you know, it's messy.
The three of you briefly, and then we'll head to a coffee break. Briefly. Mm-hmm.
Actually like to say, don't be afraid of polarization. Polarization means that there's a political offering for everyone out there. And the opposite, where large parts of the population don't feel heard at all, and they have to look to fringe groups on issues that they care about, as we see with migration, for example, in many European countries today, is much more dangerous. Having a wide offering is great. I think there's nothing wrong with it. Polarization becomes a danger when it moves into a generalized distrust of public institutions, public processes, the very idea of democracy. What you see in the US, where elections are starting to have a question mark in terms of legitimacy behind them. At that point, things become dangerous.
Natasha?
Yeah, I also think the question is a very relevant one, and I think we'll have a real-life example in Poland to see how the new government is going to go about precisely. And here I would say polarization is important in the run-up to elections. We need clear examples. But what we don't want to have, of course, is a polarized government that would now come in and cater exclusively to its own electorate. So I think the big challenge for the new government will now be to say, let's build bridges. Let's not make this all about the well-educated urban liberals. Let's also have something in the mix for the still PiS voters. It's still the largest party. And I think that's a really important shift when backsliding is supposed to be kind of reversed. That you expand, that you get back to mainstream politics, basically, in a sense that's not just about two extremes.
David?
Yeah, let me add, I think on an institutional level, there's a choice between parliamentary systems versus two-party presidential systems. And there, I think there are really good arguments that parliamentary systems may be a little bit more functional in this regard. The other one is, how much direct democracy we should allow for or have, which is also a choice. And even though empirically I think it's very hard to answer the question, I think you can argue theoretically that it's harder to have these anti-establishment views that, it's entirely corrupt the system if you actually have a popular vote on specific policy issues where the people can go and vote. And so Switzerland has that, and that's, not a lot of countries have that. But I think that's something that we need to know more about, if that's one way to kind of be a little bit more immune towards those kinds of narratives that, the government completely corrupt and we need to overthrow democracy.
Ladies and gents, again, there's plenty of room for more discussion during the coffee break, which will start right now. And after this coffee break, we will start debating, well, how do we improve democracy? Do we need more or less? That's coming up in 30 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Let's debate democracy. A very simple question here. Do we need more or less? This is what we're going to be busy with over the next hour or so. And again, we appreciate your participation in this democratic debate. I've got with me Hélène Landemore, Professor of Political Theory at Yale and Distinguished Researcher at the Oxford University Institute for Ethics in AI. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me.
And Jason Brennan, Robert Jane, and Elizabeth Flanagan Family Professor of Strategy, Economics, Ethics, and Public Policy at Georgetown University. Good to have you as well.
Thank you.
You both got over your jet lag? Okay.
No.
No? Okay. We'll make sure that you will in the next hour or so. So both of these, they do agree that the current system of democracy is not working, but you have very different approaches on how to reform it. Hélène, you say we need more democracy. Please take the stage.
So thank you everyone for having me. So I'm here to debate my intellectual nemesis, I could say, Jason Brennan, and it's a little easier for me, I think, doing it here in Switzerland, so I'll play the good cop. I'm here to hold the fort for democracy, pretty much, and remind us of its promise, right? The promise of collective wisdom, collective intelligence, rather than the promise of something like rule by autocrats or even experts, supreme justices or economists, or if it comes to that, rule by algorithm. And I think Jason is a lot more open to those latter possibilities. So what's the promise of democracy? For me, again, it's the collective intelligence and even wisdom generated from institutions that center on the deliberations of ordinary citizens and build on the rich cognitive diversity that democratic inclusion brings with it. Many heads are better than one, we're smarter together, and when we exclude people, as epistocrats want to do, such as Jason, when we exclude people, even a single voice, or if we do give more voice to a subset of the population based on their credentials or whether they hold a PhD, we risk losing in wisdom. So this is the main argument I defend in our book, and it's a lesson that I think we constantly need to relearn. But I'm also here to acknowledge that there are flaws in the current version of democracy that we have inherited from the 18th century. And that's where Jason and I indeed find common ground. We're unhappy with the status quo for different reasons. And our solutions, of course, also differ. So my view is that the current system we call representative democracy is not democratic enough. It's too elitist, exclusionary, and closed off for its own good. It's not been open enough to enough people. It's not, in fact, rooted in the kind of deliberation of ordinary citizens that are conducive to collective wisdom. Instead, it's mirrored in the competition between elected elites that are too homogeneous. One of the main flaws of representative democracy, in my view, is in the use of elections as a way to select democratic representatives. Recall that elections have been historically identified as an oligarchic selection mechanism, not a democratic one. The democratic one historically has always been lot. And indeed, democracy is in theory about equality of power. And yet elections which depend on individual human choice cannot structurally distribute power equally among all. Elections will also never bring to power the shy, the humble, the ordinary, even though those too have important things to contribute to the common good. And ignoring them and their views and their interests can lead to colossal mistakes. I'm not going to mention them, but from the Iraq War to the economic crisis of 2008 to the way the government caused the Yellow Vest movement in France on the basis of a carbon tax that nobody wanted, there are a number of mistakes that are caused by ignoring entire swath of the population. So I believe that electoral systems have brought upon themselves, as a result of their elitism, the populist backlash that we are witnessing all around. My argument is that we can reclaim the promise of democracy in a different version of it that centers on ordinary citizens instead of elected elites, or maybe in addition to them if we want to be more reformist. I call this type of system open democracy. The idea is that in it, power is open and accessible to all on an equal basis, rather than on the basis of your charisma, connections, and general ability to be elected. It's a system that empowers people with radical participation rights, such as the ones that are common in Switzerland, like citizens' initiatives. But it's also a system in which democratic representation is rotated amongst all and distributed among all on the basis of one person, one lottery ticket. It gives us a chance to represent and being represented in turn over the course of our lives. Of course, it's a little strange for me to make this argument in Switzerland, of all places. Switzerland is already partly an open democracy by my standards. It thrives on the participation rights that I recommend. It's a land of Landsgemeinde and referenda. It's a country that has run 1/4 of all referendums ever held worldwide to this day. It's a country that lets the people be the final authority over its constitution. So it's pretty remarkable already. And of course, it has all the markers of a very rich, successful country that has managed linguistic, religious, and ethnic diversity in amazing ways over centuries. So Switzerland may be, for some, living proof that electoral representative democracy as we know it works well, even, or perhaps especially when it is combined with direct democracy mechanism. Yet, even Switzerland has an oligarchic problem, or so I would argue, albeit perhaps a smaller one than most places. A recent study published in the British Journal of Political Science plots 30 countries on a graph that measures the level of congruence between policy outcomes and majoritarian preferences on over 3,000 issues over 40 years. And it plots on the x-axis the preferences of lower-income people, and on the y-axis, higher-income people. So you would expect that in a democracy, people would fall somewhat on the 45-degree line, right? Equally, sort of being equally responsive to all people. And guess where most people, those 40 countries from Europe mostly, they fall way above the 45-degree lines, which means they are overly responsive to rich people, high-income people, and not as responsive to poor people. That's a problem. The title of the article is called "The Rich Have a Slight Edge," and it's not a huge edge, to be fair. It's about 2 to 3 points. But over time, over decades, over perhaps centuries, you can imagine the kind of differences it can make to people's lives. And in fact, Switzerland has worse policy congruence among low-income individuals than, say, Denmark or even Portugal. And when we look now at the policy outcomes, we know that Switzerland is not immune to problems that have plagued other countries, such as inflation, a housing crisis, an affordability crisis, difficulties with recent waves of immigration, as is the rest of Europe. So I want to suggest here that for all its remarkable qualities, Swiss democracy might still be insufficiently open, despite its use of the initiative and other direct democracy mechanism, and still too electoral in its understanding of democratic representation. Because if we agree that lack of congruence between people's preferences and outcomes, policy outcomes is a problem, it turns out that direct democracy mechanism won't solve it. It won't reduce the gap. There's empirical evidence that it doesn't. It only does it when it leads to term limits, which are a way to improve congruence. So what could help, in my view, is a more democratic form of representation based on lot, so one person, one lottery ticket, rather than elections. Lotocratic representation would bring back the perspectives of truly ordinary people into politics, more so and more richly than even the initiative can, And this kind of autocratic representation, as I call it, would make laws and policies track better citizens' preferences, therefore reducing the populist sort of temptation or backlash. If Switzerland were to be open to autocratic representation, as I believe it is already, perhaps in the form of an additional chamber or the experimentation with citizens' assemblies, as has been done in France, my native country, it would in fact return to its historical roots. Until the beginning of the 19th century, Switzerland routinely used lotteries to distribute political power. Lot was seen as a necessary corrective to the corruption entailed by elections. So the model of open democracy I advocate is often seen as too idealistic and out of reach, even though some of its elements are already in place or being institutionalized as we speak in places like France, Belgium, Iceland. My view is that Switzerland could easily become the first country to implement this model as a whole. It already has in place a rich set of participation rights and direct democracy mechanisms. It also has a long history of using the lot as an anti-corruption mechanism on which it could build. Switzerland could become the proof of concept that is needed to encourage ambitious and needed reforms elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Hélène, thank you so much for that. That was a passionate proposal for Switzerland. Maybe you're in the wrong city. You should have held a speech in Bern, but hopefully someone is listening. Maybe you need to take this message to Bern. Obviously, what I forgot to say before, and Hélène, thank you for mentioning, you wrote this book together, has the same title, Debating Democracy. In the book, you come first, now you come second. Jason.
Yes. Thank you for having me here. And I have to start by giving you two secrets. Secret number one is, despite what you might have heard, I'm actually a pretty big fan of democracy. In fact, I think I'm its best fan because I like it exactly as much as it should be liked. Right? In the same way, I'm a fan of Metallica, but they have a lot of flaws. And they could be improved, perhaps. We can at least imagine improvements, and there's a question of whether we can get them to improve in practice. Secondly, the other secret is, even though we pose this question, do you need more or less democracy? It's not really a good question. Who's the we? What do we make democratic? Is we China? Then yeah, we obviously need more democracy. Is we California? I don't know. All right, that's part of the problem. Who's the we here? Where do we want more democracy? So suppose I try to argue that we should have maximum market power, and I made the following argument to you. I said, look, in the 20th century, we had this massive experimentation. 90 countries tried communist socialism, and it failed every single time. It was a disaster. And 90 countries tried some degree of market capitalism, and it went 90 for 90. Therefore, the proof of this is we should have extensive unregulated market economies everywhere, just pure laissez-faire capitalism everywhere. You wouldn't think that's a very good argument. You'd say, oh, okay, hold on. That's a good case for having some sort of basic market type economy, but it's not necessarily a good case for having a complete unregulated market economy. After all, market economies have certain systematic flaws. What are they? Well, I'm going to point out what some of them are, and then I'll point out these also apply to democracy as well. So a similar kind of argument applies to democracy. So for instance, what's part of the problem with markets? You might say, well, they underprovide public goods. There isn't a strong incentive to provide bridges and streets and military protection at the right level because people want to free ride. After all, if other people are providing the good, I don't need to provide it myself, and so what governments do is force people to provide them. Well, what about good governance in the first place? Governance itself is a public good. That's not controversial. It's the classic case of a public good. And in fact, people might be incentivized to underprovide it. After all, if I stop voting tomorrow, it won't make any difference to the quality of life of anyone in Fairfax County, Virginia, or the East Coast, or the United States, or really anywhere. And so I have an incentive to free ride in the same way as others, and that might change my behavior in deleterious ways. What are other problems with markets, for instance? What if there's not enough competition between firms? When there isn't enough competition between firms, firms can exert too much power, they can manipulate prices, they can give a bad deal to the consumer, and so governments around the world try to make sure that there's more rather than less competition. Competition creates quality. Well, government has the same problem. Elections every 4 years. I mean, imagine if you were deciding between eating at Chipotle and McDonald's at a 4-year block. It wouldn't work very well. Governments are inherently monopolistic. I can't just choose to go live in another country, and I have more freedom to do that than most people in the world do. I'm stuck with the country that I'm in to a certain degree. We also have oftentimes limited competition in the sense of, like, say, in the United States, we only have 2 political parties that ever have any chance of really winning power, and there's a question of how different they really are. But we have a lack of competition, and that can reduce the quality of government, just as it can reduce the quality of product provided on a market. We also have a problem on markets of asymmetric information. Suppose I'm an auto mechanic and you have a problem with your BMW and you come and ask me what the problem is. You don't know much about cars, I do. I could lie to you and give you a product you don't really need, provide services that you don't really need, and you wouldn't necessarily be able to check that. And this is often an argument in favor of more rather than less regulation in the market. But it applies to governments as well. The people who are in power know significantly more than the people who are not in power. In fact, the people who are not in power, generally speaking, know very little. It's not true everywhere to the same degree, but one of the most persistent findings in political science since people first started studying this is that most people know pretty much nothing, right? And it's weird because we all contain with us all the time access to all the world's information almost instantly, and yet when we measure political information around the world, what we generally find is back in 1950, people knew nothing, and then now, in 2023, they also know nothing. And sometimes they actually know less than nothing. So for instance, there's a thing called the American National Election Studies, which is conducted every 2 years in the United States, and they ask voters just a very simple battery of basic questions, and about the bottom 25% of voters do worse than chance on these questions. Like literally a coin flip or rolling dice would do better than these voters do, and they vote accordingly. Brexit might be an example of this we should talk about later. There's problems of rationality. So one of the complaints in the market is, what if people don't think long term? What if they're biased in certain ways? Isn't this an argument in favor of paternalistic regulation, preventing people from drinking too much sugar or smoking cigarettes and doing other sorts of things? But when we look at people as voters, we find these same persistent rationality failures where they process information in a very poor and often very biased way. In fact, to put 2 models of democracy down, one basic theory says people know what they care about, they learn how the world works, they find the party that best matches their view of what would work, and they vote for that party. We all do that, and then the result is a democratic forum that gives the people what's good for them. But what if instead what's mostly going on, which I think is true of the US, I'm not going to say it's true here, but it's true of the US, is people's votes don't really matter, the effect of my vote doesn't make a difference, except for one thing, whether you like me. So I want to fit in with you, you're part of my peer group, I find out how you vote, and I vote for the same party every time, and you give me social rewards. And I don't even care or pay attention to what they do. Or worse, I'll rationalize whatever it is they happen to be doing. So if this is an argument for regulation of markets, it's also an argument for regulation of democratic voting. What about externalities? Politics is all externalities all the time. Right? When we vote, it's not like when I vote, I get my favorite form of government and you get your favorite form of government. We get the government the people voted for. We're constantly imposing the cost of our decisions upon other people. This is an argument for regulation inside the market. It's why the government, say, controls how much I'm allowed to pollute, what kind of gas mileage my car can get. What about regulating voters for the same reason? Finally, we have problems of principal agents, where the people who are running the government could run things for their own benefit at the expense of the people that they're running it for. This happens in organizations, but it happens in every realistic democracy as well. It's easy to look at the United States, for instance, and say that Washington, D.C. is doing a really good job making life in Washington, D.C. work for those people who live there. What about the rest of the country? It's not as obvious. So basically, we have this kind of problem. If we concentrate power in the hands of the very, very few, what we get is they use that power in a rational way for their self-interest. Putin is very good at running Russia for himself. When we spread power out among the many, what we tend to get are people who care about their country but don't bother think very carefully about it. For the same reason that, just imagine as an analogy, I had a class with 10,000 students, and I said, at the end of the semester, I'm giving you a final exam worth 100% of your grade, but rather than you getting your grade and you getting your score and you getting your score, I'm going to average all scores together and everyone will get exactly the same score. What would the grade be? It would be a failing grade. We know that experimentally, by the way. Right? It would be a failing grade, not because people are stupid, not because they're corrupt, but because it has perverse incentives. Democracy, as we find it, and Helena actually agrees with this point, has this perverse incentive. So what we're asking is, how do we fix it? Well, I have a million different theories about what we should do here, but since I want to say something provocative, I'll tell you my most provocative idea. Let's have what's called enlightened preference voting. The way it works is like this. On election day, everyone gets to vote. No one gets excluded. Even children can vote. You're in favor of excluding children because you're epistocrats. I'm going to make you more democratic. Let's let the children vote. When they vote, though, they do three things. First, they tell us who they are. We get demographic information about them. Second, they tell us what they want. Whatever it is we're voting on, they tell us their answer to it. And third, we give them a battery of questions, very basic questions about politics. Who's the vice president? Who's the prime minister? Who's your member of parliament? What's the tax rate? Whatever these questions might be, there's a good question of what they should be. But we give them, a battery of 30 questions. By the way, when you give this to Americans or British people, I don't know about the Swiss in particular, they do very badly on this. When we have these three sets of data, who people are, what they want, and what they know, you can statistically simulate what the people would have wanted had they been fully informed, but were otherwise demographically identical. Right? Why not try that as a system of government? It's something that political scientists have been using for a long time to try to figure out how things like information or demographics affects people's voting behavior. Why not use this to actually choose government itself? We can't make the people smarter, but we can simulate a smart public using the public that we have. Let's try that. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Jason. So let's ask the audience, get your smartphones out. We want to know from you where you stand on Hélène's idea. Would you trust a large assembly of randomly selected citizens with some amount of legislative power? So do you think that more democracy would actually be a good idea and yield a good outcome? Again, make your selection. Would you trust a large assembly of randomly selected citizens? Yes, of course.
I mean, is there no constraint at all on people who could be up?
Sorry, we're getting your mic.
I mean, do you really I know people vote already, but do you really seriously consider completely random?
Yes.
Or do you pre-select the people?
No pre-selection.
Okay. Well, then I know what I have to do.
Okay, let's get to the results. It's pretty evenly split, I would say. Let's give them a few more seconds and see what Ernst decides. I don't know whether he will tilt the balance here. Would you trust the large assembly of randomly selected citizens? Very narrow victory for the yes camp, 54%. Hélène, I'll let you respond to that. Why do you think there's so much skepticism here?
Because I asked the more radical question of transferring legislative power, and I think for a lot of people it's too much too soon. If I had asked, would you be okay with a citizens' assembly having a say in the process and being one of the actors that a parliament is listening to, I think I would have probably gotten closer to 80%. But transferring legislative power, I'm asking this question because this is really what I want, actually. I do think that this is something the Greeks did routinely, the ancient Greeks who invented the first prototype of democracy. And I think it's the only thing to me that is consistent with trust in the ordinary citizen.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to understand how that would work. That's a huge, huge undertaking, logistical undertaking. And that group, that would then be randomly selected, because we always talk about biases within one political party. Wouldn't they, after deliberation, also form a bias? Would they be so much better?
Well, I'll tell you that it's already taken place in, not completely institutionalized form, but take the first climate assembly in France that we had in 2019. Macron told them, a random group of 150 French citizens, tell me how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in France by 40% in a way that respects social justice, so I don't have the yellow vest on my back, and I'll put it straight to regulation or a referendum or a parliamentary vote. This was, to my mind, the first time that a French president gave a form of proto-legislative power to citizens. Okay, he backtracked on it afterwards. There were a lot of filters. It didn't really happen that way. But at least the idea was kind of like planted that this could be an option. look at the Ost-Belgium example. In Ost-Belgium, so in the German-speaking region of Belgium, they've created a permanent citizens' assembly. It's a very small group. To my mind, there's a problem there. It's too small. It's 24 randomly selected citizens, but they're given agenda-setting power, meaning that they get to decide what the parliament should act on or decide. And of course, it's not a complete transfer of power, because at the end, the parliament remains sovereign and doesn't have to implement what's being recommended. But I think it's a first attempt to go there in a sort of pre-legislative position. And where parliaments fail over and over again, for example, on climate issues, for example, if we take them seriously, I know some people will disagree, but or on, for example, in the US, there was this big discussion about should parliamentarians be able to do insider trading, which they do all the time, right? So totally normalized corruption. We cannot expect legislators to regulate themselves on issues like that. So you could transfer some amount of legislative power on a bunch of issues where it's kind of uncontroversial that even random people would do better than our elected officials, because there's too much of a conflict of interest or too much of a, unofficial corruption by corporations that they cannot act, and a group of randomly selected citizens could. They did it in Ireland as well, on abortion. I could give you many examples at this point.
Mm-hmm. Jason, what's your biggest issue? Where do you see the biggest flaw with that approach?
The funny thing is I would have voted yes on that too, and not just by leaning on the word some. Like, they can choose the flag, that's fine. Here's some of the worries I have about this. One is agenda control. Who's going to decide what question they get to ask? How is this question posed to them? A persistent finding in marketing theory and political science is the question we give you, the way we phrase the question changes how you answer it. If there's moderation, who's the moderator? Is this influenced unduly by politics? Is it a question that's overly technical that we can't expect lay people to know the answer to? Will there be other kinds of biases in how people deliberate? Because when I look at the empirical literature on deliberation, it's kind of mixed. Sometimes deliberation seems to work really well. Sometimes you get radical polarization, infighting or avoiding of the hard questions. I don't think we really know now how to make deliberation work on a large scale. And then there's a question, there's an objection that people have, like, as a person who favors experimenting with lotteries as well, that we get as an objection, which is, it's not really democratic. I don't think that's true. Yeah. You don't either. But they'll say, but the problem is, now you're taking 500 people and you're giving them an incentive to know something, but they're not really speaking for the rest of us because they might be unduly influenced by what others think, or I didn't really get a say. And there might be a question of the perceived legitimacy of that system as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, these are all excellent points, but I do think that there's more to learn about under what conditions these assemblies perform best. In particular, when they are large, there's a question of their governance. When it's 24 people, they can get to some kind of agreement and set their own agenda, so that takes care of the agenda problem. But the question is, when they're 24, how much is their agenda representative of the preferences of thousands, if not millions of people? So there's a question of how do you scale those things so that you get the representativeness that's given by large numbers, and at the same time the capacity for self-governance. And so far, so I was on the governance committee of a citizen assembly in France last year on end of life, on assisted dying. Amazing experience. I could spend the whole day talking about it. But the one thing I've learned is that, so basically people like me, experts, were appointed from outside to govern those citizens. And that doesn't, I don't find that totally legitimate. I understand it's a transition phase where we're trying to understand how to indeed equip these assemblies with a form of capacity for self-rule and sovereignty, and so maybe we will eventually fade out people like me and create structures of representation internal to those assemblies, but we're not there yet. So, I mean, again, I'm asking this because it's a long-term project. We need to learn more.
Mm-hmm. There is an example in the U.S. and in a couple of states and a couple of cities across the U.S. where people get to vote how the budget in each city or municipality is actually spent. In some places, they've canceled the whole project because it simply didn't work. And only, I think, a little bit more than 1% of all people in that city actually took part. Mm. They weren't interested, or they didn't feel like they had an impact. The city council said, hey, but there's other ways of getting, of having your say. You can run for city council. We don't want a weird shadow government emerging from this. Why do you think it failed?
But perhaps because, I mean, I'm not aware of this experiment, because actually if I think of participatory budgeting, which it sounds like is what you're describing, it's been very successful for many decades in Brazil. It's now has a second life in New York, in California,
but even in Brazil, sorry.
But in Brazil, it sort of died down, I know. So,
it's in decline, yeah.
Well, I think the problem is that there's not much deliberation built in, as far as I can tell, and there is definitely a problem of incentives once you reach a certain scale where your voice is just like 1 in a million. What difference does it make? And I'm not an advocate of direct democracy all the time. I think this needs to be timed correctly, respect people's times and value it. And we're all busy. We have, families and individual pursuits and jobs. You can't be constantly on your smartphone voting for this or that and getting informed. It's too much. I think even the frequency in Switzerland for four times a year is pretty high. So maybe that's why. Maybe the stakes were not high enough. Maybe people didn't feel it was a serious, it was a sort of participation washing. I don't know what happened there, but I do think that for me the key is to think in terms of what kind of democratic representation we want to have, not so much in terms of like, oh, let's vote on everything all the time.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense. Jason, let's talk about your idea. To me, it still seems incredibly theoretical. Is there any country in this world which does exactly what you're prescribing?
No, but if you'd like to hire me to help your country do it, you can get my email address at the end of this program.
Who comes close?
No one's really done anything like this. It's an idea, and and there's a point. We're philosophers fundamentally, and there is a point in throwing out new ideas and hoping that people will experiment with it. And so if I had to even recommend who should experiment with it, I would say in the United States, New Hampshire, my home state of New Hampshire, because it's relatively non-corrupt. It seems to be pretty cohesive. If I had to pick a country, I might pick Denmark, and so on. But
yeah, I just want to point out, Jason, with all due respect, that philosophers don't have much of a historical memory, but these kind of literacy tests have been prevalent across history, and usually their impact has been really bad. I mean, they've been used to exclude, the usual suspects like blacks, women, and so I think going back to this kind of practice is bad. It's bad news for everyone. I think that's why no country on earth is going to go back to something like that. It's too blatantly gameable by racists, by sexist, by all the bad guys, basically. I don't see that as having a promising future.
Jason, you say Denmark would be a good candidate. What about Switzerland?
Well, you guys are doing a pretty good job with direct democracy, so maybe you don't need to change your course. But let me respond to that point. Sometimes people will say things like, during the Jim Crow era in the United States, they gave people literacy tests, and the result was to exclude black people. But the thing is, they gave them very selectively. If you actually look at the tests, they're extremely hard. The overwhelming majority of people couldn't pass them, and in fact, they didn't. It wasn't that white people passed them and black people didn't. It was that they only gave them to black people. What if they give them to everybody? Well, there's some reason to think that actually Jim Crow would have gone away sooner rather than later, because the kinds of people who could pass these incredibly demanding tests also tended to be anti-Jim Crow, more economically liberal, more open, et cetera, et cetera. But keep in mind, I'm not calling for, in principle, if excluding a certain group of people from voting led to perfect government, in a way I'd be okay with that in principle. In the same way that I'd be in principle if it turned out making you queen of the world led to otherwise perfect results, great, I would be okay with that. In principle, I don't really care what form of government we have. I just want what works, and that's it for me. But that said, what would happen in the United States right now? I'm not talking about a system of excluding people from voting. I'm talking about everyone gets to vote, and then we use how they get to vote to estimate what a fully informed public would have wanted. A demographically identical country, exactly the same in terms of demographics, what they would have voted for if they had had perfect information on this test. And because we collect the demographic information and it's all released to the public, every newspaper has it and so on, we're actually able to check to see if there's any demographic bias. This is the method that political scientists and economists have been using for 30 or 40 years now to actually assess things like, how does the fact that you're rich affect your voting behavior? How does your knowledge affect your voting behavior? How does your gender affect your voting behavior? This is the method that we use. Of course, if implemented in the real world, politicians would corrupt it in various ways. They'd corrupt it more in Rhode Island than they would in New Hampshire. They'd corrupt it more in Poland than they would in Switzerland. Right? But the question for me is not, is it perfect, but is it better than what we're currently doing?
Do you agree that it's better than what we currently have, or where do you see the biggest flaws?
Well, the one flaw that I see is that who is going to determine the kind of knowledge and sort of a question that are on that quiz? And my sense is that not only are these quizzes very elitist and geared to journalists and academics, but on top of that, there's zero evidence, zero empirical evidence that it correlates with the capacity for good judgment on political issues. There are too many factors that intervene between your vote for a specific candidate or a specific platform and the policy outcomes later. There's also, to me, there's something about living knowledge. Like, if you ask people, you know, at blank point, certain questions, certain factual questions about the structure of government, who is the vice president, or they might not be able to answer. Does that mean they're not capable of estimating rather correctly whether the economy has harmed them or served them in the last 5 years, you know? And they do that through all kinds of indirect ways that are very hard to measure for political scientists, like, okay, my uncle lost his job, my cousin committed suicide, you know, like there's something about the fabric of social life that you experience from a very peculiar, you know, vantage point that is impossible to measure by the kind of metrics that Jason is interested in.
Jason,
and they're very important.
Sorry, Jason, your rebuttal?
Yeah, I think we do have some evidence that it works in theory, if not in practice, because we haven't practiced it yet, because of things like how political scientists have studied this. So we take things like, say, the Brexit vote. And during the Brexit vote, people were radically misinformed about facts that were pertinent to that decision. How much money is going in and out of the EU to Britain, what percentage of the country is made up of immigrants, how much crime do immigrants commit. You can ask people, the polling firm Ipsos Mori asked a number of people these questions. Everyone got them wrong, but the closer they were to the truth, the more likely to vote in favor of remaining. The farther they get from the truth, the more likely to vote in favor of exiting. Similarly, in the United States, you can use the American National Election Studies and try this method, and you get interesting results. People have a confluence of values in favor of increased trade rather than protectionism, being more diplomatic rather than being more warlike, having kind of more nuanced environmental regulation rather than just being for and against it, et cetera, et cetera. And these also, by the way, happen to correspond with the views that economists tend to have, which is an interesting result, independent corroboration. But the other thing I would do, I'm going to throw Helena a bone here, actually, and say, who gets to decide what's on the test? I actually would let a Democratic committee that's randomly selected pick that quest.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Right? That's my big proposal. It sounds like a weird thing to say, because didn't I just say that they don't know what the hell they're talking about? Right? This is the interesting thing. If you ask citizens, like I basically throw to citizens of 500 randomly selected ones, we're going to have an enlightened preference voting system. You get to decide what counts as enlightened. You're going to decide what counts as an informed voter. What do you think that is? When you ask voters this right now, they actually give you very reasonable responses. They say things like, you probably should know who your congressperson is, which, by the way, the typical American doesn't know. You probably should know who your senators are, which, by the way, the typical American doesn't know, and the typical British person doesn't. Well, they don't have a Senate, but they don't know they're members of Parliament, typically. You should know things like roughly where the unemployment line is or what's happening with crime. They say that. They might also say things like, you should know the price of a bus ticket or a gallon of milk, or they might throw in anything, right? Interestingly, they come up with smart things about what they should know, and then they don't know those things, which is a little bit like if you asked me to design a final exam in, let's say, organic chemistry right now. As a former chemistry major, I could probably come up with a really good exam for organic chemistry, but I wouldn't pass that exam anymore because it's just been too long. I've forgotten all of that stuff. Right? So I think when you think about this enlightened preference model, we ask the people, what do you think? Randomly selected 500 people, what do you think is an enlightened voter, a person who counts as informed according to you? We use that. We let everybody vote, including your children and your dog. Everyone gets to vote. And then we use that to estimate what an enlightened public would have wanted rather than our actual unenlightened public wants. We are correcting for any demographic bias. Would that be better? Who knows? We have to try it, but I think it's worth a shot in New Hampshire, not California.
New Hampshire. Let's talk about a country that is doing a pretty good job at democracy. This country. Can the Swiss model, and you spoke at length about Switzerland and what it could do, but can the current Swiss model of democracy be implemented in large countries? That question goes out to you. Get out your smartphones and vote. Can the Swiss model of democracy be implemented in large countries? Now, Would you think that the audience here is well equipped to answer this question?
I mean,
They're not randomly selected.
No, we have a technocratic expert audience.
Technocratic,
Yeah,
okay. Call
but
them
also people
technocratic.
with perhaps with a particular bias. The reason I asked this question of you, to be honest, is I wanted to know your point of view, because when I go around the world complaining about the flaws of democracy, people go, yeah, you're right, California is problematic, and like this country's problematic, this country's mucking it up. But Switzerland does so damn well. Can we make it work elsewhere? And one reason I wonder about this is we have to avoid what you might call the United Nations fallacy. What I mean by that is we have a number of countries that are a member of the United Nations. Therefore, they're all countries. Therefore, they're all nations. Therefore, they're all the same. So this set of institutions, if it works here, should work here. This set of rules, if it works here, should work here. And we know with organizational theory in general that that's not true. That you can have two companies that have the same bylaws, and one country will do really well, one company will do well and one will do very poorly because of things that are not part of the rules, like corporate culture. I mean, you have a white paper out front that they can read on this, on corporate culture or other factors that influence how well that company performs, how corrupt it is, and so on. So similarly, when we think about why Switzerland is doing well, it's not obvious. It's not obvious. It's not 100% guaranteed. It's an open question. How much of it has to do with the Swiss structure of government making Switzerland good, or how much it has to do with other things make Switzerland work well, which also makes it so your form of government works well here, but it wouldn't work in California. It wouldn't necessarily work in France. It might not work in Poland. Right? I don't really know the answer to this question, but rather than having you ask me, I'll ask you.
You'd rather ask them. 60% of the audience says yes, no, 40% you should know. I don't know if you saw this, but Switzerland did have a bit of a counting problem, figuring out who the third biggest party was, but that's been solved, which is good. But still.
Can I react to this? I tend to think that the Swiss model could work elsewhere. Not sure exactly everywhere, since indeed, as Jason said, it's hard to disentangle the institutions themselves from the sort of social fabric and preconditions that have been sort of woven together over centuries. So that's difficult. But that said, one thing that I'm convinced of is that when I bring up Switzerland in the US, I always get the same sort of blasé reaction from political scientists. It's an outlier. Would never work. It doesn't generalize. It's a sui generis. We don't understand it. We never talk about it, actually. It's frustrating because I actually think that institutions have a causal impact on the background culture. And so, yes, you need preconditions for Swiss institutions to work, but those preconditions, in a way, were also created over time by these very practices. So, for example, I'm really struck by the fact that at a time when religious wars were destroying Europe, monarchical Europe, Switzerland was happily living with various sects of Christianism, and there was no bloody murder. And in fact, Switzerland was invoked by the anti-federalists during the 18th century. They were like, look, it's a great model. And what did the federalists say? They said exactly what the conservatives say today. Like, no, it's too small, it's too poor, it's too different, and it's too homogeneous. And in fact, they lived with multilingual, multi-religious, multi-ethnic sort of groups for very long, and they've learned how to negotiate those differences. And what helped them negotiate those differences? The constant checking and the constant consultation. So I think that trying to implement wholesale the Swiss model at the global level or in the US right now, it might be too brutal. So you might have to introduce it in bits and pieces and think systemically about how to replicate the conditions. For example, decentralization. For example, higher education, welfare support and distribution. But I don't see why it's impossible.
Speaking of consultation, let's ask the audience. Questions?
I think most of us agree that strong civil society is a key element for a vital democracy. The problem is that today the agenda setting for the media and the politicians is made mostly by the polls. And the so-called silent majority, which is probably 70–60% of the people, are not heard. So question is how to mobilize the so-called silent society. I think part of it would be to foster a culture of debate of foster democratic, how do you call it, competence in young people, more participation in young people so that they understand what means democracy. I think a person like Herta Müller, she knows exactly what means freedom of speech, freedom of selecting your representatives. So strengthening civil society in schools and by other means, I think this is key for resilience of democracy.
I'm worried about that for a few reasons, and I don't want to say what I'm about to say applies to every country. I think it varies from country to country, but I'll use the US as an example. There's this hope that, you know, if only we got more of the moderate middle to have power, if we had more centrism reflecting the view of the average person, that things would be better. And evidence for that might be that in the 1960s perhaps, or 1950s or 1980s even, maybe politics was more centrist and maybe it was better in the US. Maybe that was true of England as well and so on. And it's gotten to be this point of this multipolar system where you have no overlap between members of Congress ideologically, and maybe that reflects the silent majority just keeping quiet at home. I'm actually worried that the silent majority that's moderate just simply doesn't exist. I think instead they're probably highly agnostic. And for proof of that, if you want to read a book about this, read a book called Neither Liberal Nor Conservative by Kinder and Calmo. It came out a few years ago. And they have about 70 years of data, not just their own, but others from the United States. And they say what really ends up happening is most people in the middle, they're ideologically agnostic. They have no real views at all. If you ask them their question on a particular issue, then because people don't like to say, I don't know, they'll give you a response on the moment. You can then ask them that same question a year later, they'll give you a different response. You can ask them why did they change their minds, and they'll very earnestly say, I didn't change my mind, I've always thought this, but it's not true. And this has been going on for years and years and years. I think, so rather than there being a large moderate middle that's sensible, I think what you have is a different problem. Some people are what I like to call hobbits. They just don't care about politics. They just want to stay home and watch television and go skiing or whatever. They don't care about politics. And then the people who tend to participate heavily in politics and who actually have ideologies tend to be more extreme and tend to be extremely biased and have antipathy and hatred towards members of other group. So it's in the same way that walking around the US, I rarely see a street preacher who thumps a Bible and says, you need to read this is the word of God, but also I got a Quran here, and you should take a look at that too, you know, just to have a fuller understanding. Instead, I think politics is the realm of very biased true believers, and the people who stay home just don't have much of an opinion on anything.
Mm-hmm. So I think this is an essentialization of people based on the current sort of hysteria that's going on in the US. I don't think people are like that at all. I think that people change depending on incentives, on contexts. And my sense is that there are silent majorities that are reasonable. We measure them all the time. And in fact, they are not, their expectations and their preferences are not met by this electoral system, which, as I said, tend to answer, you know, only some categories of people, and also to tend to polarize things that need not be polarizing. Take abortion. There's a great contrast between the abortion debate in the US and abortion debates in Europe, for example, in Italy, right? In fact, both countries were moving toward more liberal views, as I think most advanced sort of liberal societies were since the 80s. But in the US, the debate got captured by extremists because the Supreme Court sort of legislated in 1974 through Roe v. Wade that, oh, okay, this is the morally correct answer. We're just going to ignore the popular will and just legislate what's right. So then extremists on both sides sort of like capture the debate, and it's been a nightmare ever since. In Italy, there was actually a referendum organized on the issue, and it settled the debate forever on the more liberal end of the spectrum. In Ireland, politicians were incapable of getting out of partisan logic for decades. At the end, they got so desperate that they agreed to try a citizens' assembly. The citizens' assembly brought together a random sample of 99, citizens who listened to testimonies, doctors, women, and at the end came up with a middle-of-the-road conclusion that, should be liberalized under conditions. And then that was put to referendum where about the same amount of proportion of people, 66%, so the silent majority, who was never heard before, put out this recommendation and it became law. So I think there are a lot of silent majorities that are not heard right now.
A brief response?
I actually have a question for you. You know, with the recent Supreme Court decision in the United States where Roe v. Wade was overturned, not in the sense that abortion is now criminalized or illegal, but rather the Supreme Court said, we're not going to decide this ourselves, we're going to put it down to the state legislature.
Actually, do not disagree with that.
Yeah, okay, that's the question. I was wondering if you thought that was a good thing because it's making it more democratic.
I think the debate around it was terrible, but the reality of the decision is actually more democratic to my mind.
Okay.
Let's move on. Another audience question here. Well, one that I don't know whether it's serious or not. Why not let ChatGPT rule us? It's trained on general knowledge, so it's democratic. Yes? No? Maybe?
No. No. That's a joke.
Okay. Let me move on. I think that one was maybe in jest. Given the low turnout, because I wanted to pick up on the mobilization point that both of you made before, and the audience question related to that. Given the low turnout in direct democratic initiatives, wouldn't Landemore's model lead to Brennan's model? So you see a convergence between your models because we have a large part of the population that maybe doesn't want to be part of this more direct democracy, and then your models would converge. Do you see that?
No, I'm not seeing that at all.
Jason?
Yeah, I'm glad someone asked that because I often use that as a response to the Swiss question. All these national referenda, what's the turnout rate? It's usually pretty low, not always. Who turns out? Well, we have data on that. Highly informed people, better than average people on a lot of cognitive and political measures, et cetera. So would it be better if next time we have a referendum, 100% of people turned out? Would you prefer that result? What if you went back and looked at some of the past opinions that people expressed that didn't show up? Would that have been better? It's not obvious. And it's interesting you're asking about convergence because in theory, it doesn't matter. In theory, a panel of experts and a democracy perform equally well, provided the following is true. They know their limitations, and they know whether to ask an audience. Like, think of like the game shows that work this way. Poll the audience or poll an expert. A perfect democracy would always know when it should ask for expert opinion, and a perfect epistocracy or technocracy or elite-driven thing would always know when it should poll everybody. So the real question is, in the real world, which one of these things is going to go better, given that they're not going to know when to poll? I would note that democracies don't tend to like ask for experts very often, but we're a bunch of experts in here, and we're talking about how great democracy is. So maybe that's some evidence we would ask the audience.
Briefly, let's also get to some
I thought a lot about this alternative between, okay, can we have a democracy supported by experts or experts consulting experts consulting the people? It's basically Western democracy versus China, because they have a mass line, as they call it, to consult the people all the time, but it's experts at the top. I think the first model is better because experts know a lot about very little, and when they consult, they don't hear, they don't understand. They cannot process the sort of information coming from people they don't share anything with. Democrats know little, it's true, I agree with that, on a lot of things. So look at what's happening with Wikipedia versus expert encyclopedia. Nature showed that the level of accuracy is about the same, but Wikipedia covers way more topics. It's a lot more diverse. It doesn't judge whether it's better to know about, Game of Thrones or quantum physics, right? There's no sense of highbrow, lowbrow knowledge, and I think that's better. So that's why I think on net, indeed, they can be the same most of the time, but on crucial things, it's much better to have a democratic system.
Maybe one or two audience questions? Maybe in the back. I'm trying to get audience questions from people who haven't asked questions before, but...
Thank you very much. That's live. So a question directed to both of you. I'd be interested in your viewpoint on that question. And that is, as a Swiss citizen, albeit being a young one, I would say that there's a point to be made that the most highly valued virtue in the Swiss political system or for Swiss citizens is the ability of saying no. So just to say no to whatever the government comes up with, or also other citizens. I mean, just we have to look at the outcomes of the initiatives. I don't remember that many initiatives that were accepted. So I think for us Swiss people, the power to say no to important questions is very important. So my question would be, how would you implement this veto power or this need for being able to say no in your respective ideas. So maybe, Hélène, for you, how can I make sure that my neighbor is not selected in this committee? And Brandon, for you, I mean, I am all for simulating stuff and science, but how are you going to make sure that people are not just going to blindly follow what the nice computer voice tells them? Because I know from experience, if my GPS tells me to turn left, I turn left, even if there's a big stop sign there. So, yeah.
Who wants to go first? So if your name comes up, you can say no, actually. It's not mandatory. It's actually a limitation of current assemblies that there's an element of self-selection since people can say no. So it's not as representative as it should be if it was truly mandatory, like citizen jury, maybe. And right now, the take-up rate is at best 12%, so it's not high. It's not enough, for sure. But, you know, it's a work in progress, and I think as people get more incentives, they get paid to be on those, so maybe you're rich enough to be able to turn down that opportunity, but I guarantee you that there are, you know, people unemployed people, single mothers who look at the possibility of joining for several weekends a group of people and learning and making new friendships and being considered while being paid, while having childcare. It's a lot of people who find that attractive, actually. And I wasn't sure whether the question about, the question about the power to say no, absolutely, I think it's completely key. And if you look at, you know, a country like Uruguay, for example, it's the only one of Southern America that chose to follow the Swiss model. It's a fluke. They decided, okay, we're going to import wholesale those citizens' initiatives and direct democracy mechanism. Well, it's the only country that has resisted the imposition by Washington consensus experts of a bunch of neoliberal, terrible decisions that have really afflicted other countries like Argentina and Chile. So Uruguay was kind of saved by the power of saying no to these things, to, like, you know, turning over to the market responsibilities for clean waters, things like that. So I think the power to say no is absolutely essential, and that's what I would try to implement in France right now. We don't have it. We don't have the possibility of recalling a bad law or opposing a constitutional amendment. We just don't have it, so that's something that's very important.
Jason?
I mean, I love the idea of saying no, and one way to say no is to limit the scope of government. We don't have governments decide what your religion is going to be, right? We don't have it decide, perhaps, maybe we don't want a democratic assembly or deciding what the interest rate will be in the central bank. That's a way of saying no to politics. But actually, I like this as an independent proposal. So imagine like the following, like in the United States, we vote on our chief executive in this really roundabout, indirect way. What if you had the option to say none of the above? And if a large percentage of people say none of the above, like, and the rule has to be someone has to win the majority. You have to get 50% plus one, and if the none of the aboves vote at a high level and you don't get a majority vote, then you don't have a new president. You have to pick somebody else. You have to do another kind of process. I often think that that would be an improvement over current electoral systems. I mean, you want to replace elections. I often want to replace elections too. But I think we should build the right to say no into elections by saying none of these candidates are good enough. None of these, this question isn't good enough in a referendum. What if we had that? I think that would lead to better results for the kinds of reasons that are motivating you to ask that question in the first place.
Do you think if the Brits went back to the polls and decided on that question again, what would they say?
I mean, people have been polling them about this like every month for like the past few years, and it was kind of like, at first a lot of them would go back, and now that it's kind of working okay, many of them wouldn't. You know, and then summer happens, and they find out how hard it is to go to Portugal now, and they start being in favor of being part of the European Union again. So I don't know off the top of my head what the current polling data says about England. I do think that it was very narrow, and I suspect they would be. I suspect there's a lot of regret, but then going back also is a strange thing to people. So.
I see that there are many more questions in the audience, also questions that were sent electronically. Thank you so much for that. Keep that discussion going outside. We will be serving drinks now to keep that discussion flowing nicely. And we'll see you back here in half an hour for the Zurich lecture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gents, we're in the final stretch. Let's now get to the Zurich lecture, How Democracies Die and What Can Be Done to Save Them. Next to me is Daniel. Daniel Ziblatt is Eaton Professor of Science of Government at Harvard University and Director of the Transformations of Democracy Group at the WZB Berlin Social Science Center. He has specialized in the study of Europe as well as the history of democracy. Back in 2019, Daniel, you were awarded the Berlin Prize from the American Academy in Berlin. And now 5 years have passed since you, along with your co-author, his name is Steve Levitsky, you published the book called How Democracies Die. It was actually a New York Times bestseller, and that was translated into 30 languages. And now you've got a new book out, which is called The Tyranny of the Minority, How to Reverse an Authoritarian Turn and Forge Democracy for All. I will leave it to you, Daniel, to summarize some of the key findings, but basically you're saying we need a new U.S. Constitution, right?
Well, you'll see. Not so dramatic.
Not so dramatic.
Right,
okay.
right. Well, after the last session, you know, I feel very modest, in fact. So.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Great. Well, thank you for the nice introduction, and thank you for the invitation to be here as well. Very grateful to be here. I recognize, though, that one of the most dangerous things to do is to stand between a group of people and their dinner, and so I think I am in that position tonight. So with that in mind, I'll try to keep it lively. So I am a scholar of comparative politics. I study democracy throughout the world and through history, but I'm going to use my talk today to use that comparative lens that I normally use to look at other democracies, to look at my own country, the United States. I do this not because the United States is an important country. What happens in the U.S., of course, matters a great deal, but also I think there are some broader lessons from the U.S. experience for Europe and for other democracies. So I'm going to begin this evening, though, with some data, some numbers. The international organization Freedom House every year produces the Global Freedom Index. It assigns a democracy score to every country in the world with a low score of 0, a high score of 100. A decade ago, the United States received the score of 94 out of 100, which put it on par with Great Britain, Canada, Germany. This is really where the U.S. has sat for many decades. But today, the U.S.'s Freedom, so 94. Today, the U.S.'s Freedom House score is 83, which is tied with Romania and Mongolia and 2 points below Argentina. So this may come as shocking news, but when you have government efforts to restrict voting rights, when you have violent threats against election workers, election officials, and when you have a president who's unwilling to leave office after an election, you reach a point where Freedom House gives you the same score, as a score lower than Argentina. So this drop in the Freedom House score between 2016 and 2021 means that the American political system has experienced what political scientists call democratic backsliding. And to be clear, it's not a severe case of democratic backsliding, nothing like what we've seen, for instance, in Hungary or Turkey over the last decade. But all major international democratic indices registered a pretty significant decline in the U.S. score after 2016. So the question that occupies me and that I think we should all think about is what in the world has gone wrong? How has this happened? Now, this puzzle, in a sense, is exacerbated when we think about from a social scientific point of view. It's really quite surprising that this has happened. Social scientists disagree about a lot of things, but there's two pretty rock-solid findings that political scientists, economists who study these issues can agree on. First of all, rich democracies never die. No country in the past century with a GDP per capita above $17,000 has ever experienced a democratic breakdown. The U.S., of course, is 4 times that level. The second seemingly rock-solid finding is that old democracies never die. No democracy over the age of 50 has ever broken down. So even if we date American democracy as beginning in 1965, which is, I think, an accurate way of coding American democracy, because this is when voting rights came to all Americans, the U.S. American democracy after 2016 was over 50 years old. So in this sense, the crisis that's facing America, this genuine episode of democratic backsliding represents a puzzle. Unique among its peer countries, the rich old democracies, for instance, of Western Europe, Germany, Switzerland, Netherlands, Scandinavia, East Asia, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, unique among this cluster of countries, only the US experienced democratic backsliding. So why? I'm going to offer an answer, and I'll draw upon my recent book, Tyranny of the Minority with Stephen Levitsky. So what has brought America to the breaking point, and what are some lessons that we can draw from this? So broadly speaking, our book focuses on two culprits. One is the radicalization of one of America's political parties, the Republican Party. And second, and maybe more interesting, I think, for Swiss and for Europeans generally, is a set of political institutions that are making this problem worse. So I'm going to talk about each of those factors in turn, and in the end, I'll come back to think about what are some broader lessons of this. The first major challenge facing American democracy today is an authoritarian turn within one of our two old parties. A democracy can't survive for long if one of its major parties is not committed to playing by democratic rules. So I want to be really clear about what I mean by being committed to democracy, because this is, of course, a serious charge to make about one of the major parties. So in our book, we draw upon the great scholarship of the political scientist Juan Linz, a Spanish political scientist who taught for many years at Yale University and who in the 1970s wrote a book about the breakdown of democratic regimes. And summarizing his basic points, he says that to be a party or a politician committed to democracy, you have to do three things. First of all, you have to accept the results of elections, win or lose. Second, you must unambiguously reject the use of political violence in gaining power or holding on to power. And then third, you must break completely with violent or anti-democratic forces who break those first two rules. Now, the first two principles are pretty straightforward, but I want to spend a minute on that third principle because it's a little bit more complicated. Now, what's important to remember, as Linz taught us, is that openly authoritarian figures can't kill democracies on their own. They need mainstream accomplices, or what Linz himself called semi-loyalists. Semi-loyalists are regular politicians. They put on suits and work inside the Congress building. They're not the ones attacking the Congress building. Their semi-loyalty only manifests itself when authoritarian threats emerge within their own political or ideological camp. When faced with anti-democratic extremists, Linz argued that loyal Democrats have to do a couple of things. First of all, they have to unambiguously and publicly condemn anti-democratic behavior. This is what mainstream politicians need to do. Second, they need to expel anti-democratic extremists from their own ranks and sever ties with these groups. And third, they must join forces with their political rivals, with their partisan rivals, people they disagree with on many things, but who agree on a basic democratic rules to keep these authoritarian forces out of the democratic process. That's what politicians committed to democracy have to do, according to Linz. Semi-loyalists do none of these things. Rather than publicly repudiate anti-democratic behavior on their flank, they usually downplay this behavior, justify it, or remain silent about it. Rather than expelling anti-democratic forces, semi-loyalists tolerate, accommodate, and sometimes even protect anti-democratic extremists. And crucially, semi-loyalists refuse to work with their partisan allies against anti-democratic forces, even when democracy is on the line. Now, semi-loyal behavior sometimes seems kind of benign, but it poses a clear threat to democracy because it legitimates, emboldens, and empowers anti-democratic forces. One lesson that's very clear from the democratic breakdowns in Europe in the 1920s and 30s, Latin America in the 1960s and 70s, it's when mainstream parties of the center-left or the center-right tolerate and enable violent or anti-democratic extremists. It's in that situation when democracy gets into trouble. So turning back to the United States, the U.S. and Trump's refusal to accept the election results back in 2021, this was a clear problem for democracy. But equally as worrying was the fact that most Republican leaders tolerated, even continued to abet election denialism. The fact that Republican leaders decided not to impeach Trump or convict Trump in the Senate after the impeachment ordered the creation of a bipartisan commission to investigate these events, and the fact that nearly all Republican leaders today say they will support Trump when he's candidate in 2024. From our perspective as scholars of democracy in other places and times, this sort of behavior is worrying, and it demonstrates a party that's not fully committed to democracy along the lines that Juan Linz argued. Now, I want to be clear, in case you think it's unrealistic to expect more of our political leaders, it didn't have to be this way. Compare the American experience to what happened in Brazil in the last couple of years. For several years now, politics in the United States and Brazil have been uncannily parallel. Like the US, in 2018, Brazil elected a right-wing leader, Jair Bolsonaro, who openly admired Trump and has been called by journalists the Trump of the tropics. Both Trump and Bolsonaro proved to be unusually inept politicians. This meant that both presidents were not particularly popular, which made re-election difficult, and so both presidents lost their re-election bids. Neither Trump nor Bolsonaro were willing to lose. So like Trump, Bolsonaro worked hard to try to undermine the legitimacy of the 2022 elections, baselessly claiming that there was fraud. He even sought out military support to overturn the election, and when that failed, his supporters stormed all three branches of government on January 8th, 2023. So this is Brazil's January 6th. And both the United States and Brazil, elected presidents' unwillingness to accept election results triggered a crisis. But that's really where the stories diverge. Because whereas Donald Trump remains an imminent threat in the United States today, in Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro has been politically marginalized, and the democratic crisis seems to have subsided. A key difference between the two countries, why America remains at the precipice and Brazil not, is the behavior of mainstream politicians in Brazil. In the US, Republican leaders have been overwhelmingly semi-loyal, as I've defined it. In contrast to the US, Bolsonaro, all of Bolsonaro's leading right-wing allies publicly and unambiguously recognized Lula's victory shortly after that. The President of Congress, the governors of the biggest states, and leading right-wing cabinet ministers. And it appears that a major reason why Bolsonaro did not attempt to overturn the election is the political and military elite wouldn't go along with this. And leading figures in the Brazilian right have also forcefully denounced the January 8th attack. And then finally, whereas Republicans have blocked congressional efforts to investigate Trump, what has happened in the January 6th attacks, right-wing politicians in Brazil led the push for a congressional investigation. And whereas Republican leaders will back Trump's presidency in 2024, in Brazil, the courts have barred Bolsonaro from running at all. So not only is Bolsonaro barred from running, he's also been politically marginalized. So the point here is that mainstream political behavior matters. Democratic loyalty can help protect democracy. Democratic semi-loyalty can get a democracy into trouble. Now, I should say that it's actually pretty unusual for a mainstream political party that's been competing in elections for centuries, in fact, for more than a century, to abandon that stance. And so in researching our book, in fact, we found it quite hard to find other political parties who've engaged in basic democratic elections for a long time to abandon that stance. One example that we discuss in the book actually comes from America's own history, the Democratic Party in the 19th century after the U.S. Civil War in the U.S. South. So in this era of Reconstruction, before this period, the Democratic Party had engaged in competitive elections, not fully democratic elections, but in competitive elections through the course of the 19th century. But after the Civil War, during the Reconstruction era, the Southern Democratic Party began to engage in massive election fraud and tolerated violence against African American voters. Now, there are some interesting parallels here, because although the Republican Party has not followed the same extreme path as the Southern Democrats, I think there's some commonalities in driving this. Now, what's happened to the contemporary Republican Party? A lot of factors at work. It's a complicated story. Economic inequality. People have talked about the role of social media and new technologies. All of this matters. But I think one factor that further exacerbates the situation with the American Republican Party today is the role of status loss and perceptions of existential threat as America has moved to becoming a multi-ethnic, multiracial democracy. Political parties are more likely to accept defeat when the electoral stakes are relatively low, when parties and constituents are confident that losing an election will not bring ruinous consequences. Parties are more likely to turn against democracy when they or their constituents view defeat as an existential threat. In other words, it's an outsized fear of losing that leads parties to turn against democracy. This, we argue in our book, is what led the Southern Democrats to turn so violently against democracy in the late 19th century. And again, the Republican Party today is a case that's not as extreme, but there are parallels to the contemporary transition to multiracial democracy in America. The U.S. is undergoing a transition that really is historically unprecedented, that is also mirrored in many European democracies, and that's a transition to a multi-ethnic democracy in which a long dominant ethnic majority loses not only its majority status, but its dominant status in society. perception that exists among the core of Trump's voters that the country they grew up in is being taken away from them, that's a powerful sense of existential threat. It's powerful enough to turn people away from democracy. Now, this is a commonality, though, I think, arguably, across West European and American democracies. And indeed, I think the Republicans, what we could call a kind of ethno-nationalist radicalization, would pose less of a threat if the US were like other democracies where electoral majorities actually govern. It's really important to recognize that these radical right forces within the Republican Party in the United States represent only a minority of the American electorate. And it's very similar to what's happening in West European democracies. Roughly 20 to 30% of our electorates in established democracies are supportive of radical right parties. The number is sometimes a little higher, sometimes a little lower, but it's a near constant. There's a kind of sociological regularity across all of our democracies: Germany, Italy, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United States. So given this similarity in our voter profiles, and given the stability of democracy, relative stability of democracy in Western Europe, it's clear the problem is not just America's voters. It's something else. And so we contend in our book that the thing that's exacerbating this is our political institutions. The problem lies in something that many Americans venerate, which is our US Constitution. Now, to be clear, the Constitution is a remarkable document. It should be admired and defended. But there are certain features of the US Constitution that amplify the political power of political minorities. And when that political minority is authoritarian, this can be dangerous. Now, at the time that it was written, the Constitution was a revolutionary document, influenced the Swiss Constitution, of course. It was crafted, though, in a pre-democratic era. It was designed in part to protect against the tyranny of the majority. But it has generated the opposite problem. More so than any other democracy on earth, electoral majorities often cannot win power, and when they win power, they often cannot govern. Now, we tend to think of these counter-majoritarian institutions as essential to democracy, and I firmly believe that many of them are. Modern democracy requires the protection of minority rights. Not everything should be up for grabs in elections. The US Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson, back in the 1940s, used this wonderful phrase in a decision in which he said, "Some domains must be placed beyond the reach of majorities." And so one of the things we try to do in our book is to specify where and what things should be beyond the reach of majorities. The first is certainly civil rights, civil liberties. Civil liberties like the right to vote, free speech, freedom of association and assembly have to be protected from the whims of a temporary majority. Really critical. The second is the democratic process itself. Elected governments shouldn't be able to use parliamentary or popular majorities, temporary majorities, to entrench themselves in power. For example, by changing the rules of the game to make it so that the opposition can't compete or can never win. This is the classic problem of majority tyranny. This is the problem that we saw in Chavez's Venezuela. This is the problem that we see in Orban's Hungary. And I think this is what we saw signs of in Israel before October 7th with Netanyahu's judicial reforms. So we need certain things, certain mechanisms in place to protect a political system from majorities. That's why we have a Bill of Rights in the United States. That's why we have an independent judiciary in some of the institutions of the checks and balances. Civil liberties and fair competition are essential minority rights. But here's the problem. Not all counter-majoritarian institutions are necessary for democracy. So just as some domains of political life need to be beyond the reach of majorities, I think it's not too much to say that in order to be a democracy, certain domains of our political life have to be within the reach of majorities. So I'll mention two. One is elections. If you're going to have a first-past-the-post electoral system like the United States has, majoritarian electoral system where one side wins and the other side loses, then those with the most votes should prevail over those with fewer votes. It's really hard in determining who holds political office. It's really hard to have a theory of liberal democracy that justifies any other outcome. Put differently, office holding should reflect how people vote. The second domain that should be within the reach of majorities is legislation. Those parties who win elections should be able to actually govern. Partisan minorities shouldn't be able to permanently veto legislation backed by parliamentary majorities, provided that the legislation doesn't violate basic minority rights. Institutions that prevent electoral majorities from winning or parliamentary majorities from governing are not essential to democracy. Arguably, they're antithetical to democracy. Now, the US, when we look at the US and compare it to other countries around the world, even compare it to Switzerland, has an unusual number of these kinds of counter-majoritarian institutions. The Electoral College allows losers of the popular vote to win the presidency. A severely malapportioned Senate provides equal representation to all states, regardless of population, like the Swiss Senate. The Senate filibuster, which allows a partisan minority to permanently block legislation backed by a majority. The first past the post electoral system that inflates the power of majorities and sometimes even manufactures majorities outright. And a powerful Supreme Court with extensive review powers and lifetime tenure for justices, which allows justices appointed in one generation to thwart the will of majorities today. Now, each of these institutions on their own may be okay, but when you add them up, the United States is a total outlier. Many of these institutions we might think were designed by the founders to, in the far-sighted plan to protect majority tyranny. Some of them were, but some of them were not. Most of them were the result of compromise and improvisation of the founders, who really didn't know what they were doing. I mean, this is in the 18th century. They had no model to work on, and so in a very hot summer where they wanted the meeting to come to an end, they agreed to a lot of these things as a way of getting some kind of deal. The concessions and the compromises that were built into the system were necessary for the founding, but they also built in biases in favor of small states, which over the course of the 19th century and the 20th century became biases in favor of rural states, underpopulated states. This rural bias has always been there. But it never seriously advantaged one political party over another, because for most of our history, both parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, had urban and rural wings. It's only in the 21st century where Democrats have become predominantly the party of urban areas, densely populated areas, and Republicans have become the party of mostly sparsely populated areas. So this rural bias has been turned into a partisan bias in which the Republicans are advantaged in the Electoral College, even more so in the Senate, and because the president nominates justices and the Senate confirms them, also the Supreme Court. And all of this means that it's possible increasingly for the Republican Party to win national power without actually winning popular majorities. This is an increasingly democratically unfair system, inherently. Just consider the presidency. So Democrats have won the popular vote for the presidency 7 out of the last 8 elections. 7 out of the last 8 elections. Republicans have won the popular vote only once since 1988, in 2004. But Republicans have held the presidency for half the time. The same is true in the U.S. Senate. So the way the Senate is run, it's elected to staggered 6-year terms, with a third of the chamber being elected every 2 years. So it means it takes 3 elections or a full 6-year cycle to fully renovate the Senate. Democrats have won the overall popular vote in every 6-year cycle since 2000. Republicans have controlled the Senate for nearly half this period. And then finally, the Supreme Court. 3 of the current 9 Supreme Court justices were nominated by a president who lost the popular vote and were confirmed by a Senate that represented less than half the population. Now, it's really difficult to justify this imbalance with any theory of democracy. All of this has 2 big effects, one on the left, one on the right, that I think are pernicious. On the left, this is resulting in declining political legitimacy. The political system is beginning to feel like a system of minority rule to many voters. Policy preferences, as we heard in the last panel about abortion, about gun control, about economic policy, are increasingly out of sync with public policy. Overwhelming majorities of Americans want gun control, are supportive of pretty liberal views on abortion, support more aggressive policies to deal with poverty and inequality. Our public policies don't reflect that. Now, there's many reasons why there's this disjuncture. I mean, there's a lot of people who've worked on these questions, organization of interest groups and so on, but our institutions that don't reflect the will of majorities contribute to this problem. A second consequence is for the right, for Republicans. Our unusually counter-majoritarian institutions have a feedback effect, we contend, on the Republican Party. These institutions reinforce Republican extremism by shielding the Republican Party at the national level from competitive pressure. I think of democracy as being at heart about competition. And this is important, I think, because in some ways, the democracy is supposed to work like a marketplace. In the market, when products don't sell, firms lose money. When firms lose money, they come under pressure to fire their managers and come up with better policies, better products. Likewise, in democracies, parties are supposed to win elections. When parties repeatedly lose elections, they're supposed to adapt and broaden their appeal. This is what happened to the British Labour Party after many years in the electoral wilderness and the new face of Tony Blair. This is what happened to the Democratic Party after many years in the wilderness in the 1980s in the person of Bill Clinton. The process of adaptation isn't happening in the Republican Party. Republicans have repeatedly underperformed in presidential races and midterm races, but so far there's been no serious effort to rethink or to moderate its strategy. This is in part because our institutions are giving a crutch to the Republican Party. We call this constitutional protectionism. Republicans don't actually have to win national majorities. They can win 47 or 48% of the vote in the presidential elections and win power. So extremism doesn't cost the Republican Party as it would in a freely functioning competitive marketplace. If Republicans actually had to win national majorities to wield power, they'd face much greater pressure to rein in their extremism. This, at the end of the day, in this way, our institutions are reinforcing the democratic crisis in the United States. So my last point today is going to be this, that minority rule is really a distinctly American problem. And no other democracy can partisan minorities thwart electoral majorities as consistently and as consequentially. So why is this the case? Well, excessive counter-majoritarian institutions used to be widespread across the world. The U.S. used to not be such an outlier. Of course, in 19th century Europe, there were all sorts of undemocratic institutions: monarchical vetoes, indirect elections, aristocratic upper chambers, badly malapportioned legislative bodies, filibuster-like mechanisms to block legislation. But over the course of the 19th, in particular the 20th century, most democracies have gradually shed these institutions. Britain weakened its House of Lords at the beginning of the 20th century. Denmark, Sweden, New Zealand, Portugal got rid of their upper chambers altogether. Germany, Austria, Belgium democratized their senates by making them more proportional to population. Switzerland did not, I guess. Britain, Canada, Australia, France, and other countries established cloture rules to allow simple legislative majorities to pass things through legislatures. Germany and France imposed term limits on national justices. The United Kingdom, Canada, and Sweden established retirement ages for justices. And every other presidential democracy on earth got rid of their electoral college. Argentina was the last other country in 1994. So other democracies have become more democratic over the last century, eliminating 18th and 19th century institutions that allow minorities to thwart majorities. The US has not done the same. So today, the United States is the only presidential democracy on earth with an electoral college. We have the most malapportioned Senate in the world, except for Argentina and Brazil. No other democracy allows a congressional minority to, on every piece of legislation, routinely veto legislation backed by the majority. And the US is the only established democracy with truly lifetime appointments for justices. Every other democracy has either term limits or retirement ages. So the United States is an outlier. It's a counter-majoritarian outlier, and I think this is in part what explains why the US has uniquely faced these challenges of democratic backsliding among its peer countries. So what do we do? What are the broader implications of this? It's at this point when I'm talking to American audiences where they really are slumping in their chairs, so I have to end with a kind of positive message. But I think there actually is things that can be done, because by diagnosing these problems, this points to some cures. And I'm really a believer in a wonderful line from the early 20th century American reformer Jane Addams, who said, "The cure for the ills of democracy is more democracy." Americans need to do the work of democratizing their democracy through institutional reforms that make it easier for electoral majorities to govern. Now, again, I understand the importance of protecting minority rights. I'm not advocating for a majoritarianism a la Viktor Orban or Netanyahu. I mean, the checks and balances are a powerful set of institutions, but there are some institutional reforms which often are regarded as radical. Again, compared to the last session, maybe not so much, and also compared to what actually already exists in most of Western Europe, they don't seem particularly radical. But things include, we have a 15 proposal in our last chapter, 15 different reforms. I won't go through all of them, but some of the highlights include entrenching voting rights and assuring equal access to the ballot, making it an automatic voter registration, which doesn't exist in the United States, making it easier to vote on, making Election Day a holiday or be able to vote on Sundays, which doesn't exist in the United States, introducing forms of proportional representation, experimenting with this at the state level, replacing the Electoral College with direct presidential elections, democratizing the Senate by at least weakening the filibuster, and establishing term limits for justices. Now, in order for autocratic forces to be defeated, they usually need to be defeated at the ballot box. But each national election in the United States will continue to feel like a national emergency, where everything is at stake, unless we begin the long-term project of reforming our democracy. Now, what does all of this teach us about Europe, problems, sources of resilience? Well, first, in America, as in Western Europe, electorates are broadly divided between a very broad coalition that ranges from the left to the center-right, a cosmopolitan coalition, facing off against a much smaller coalition, narrow ethno-nationalist coalition. Sometimes the ethno-nationalist coalition is more dangerous for democracy, other times less so, but that's a major kind of divide in all of our electorates. Now, there's some good news in this, because in all of our democracies, the cosmopolitan coalition are consistently majorities. Our electorates are overwhelmingly committed to liberal values, democratic values. So that's the good news. But there is some bad news, because there are two ways in which this big majority coalition can be thwarted. As in the US, it's possible for our institutions to sometimes give this ethno-nationalist minority an artificial boost, give them outsized influence on our politics. Think not only of the United States, as I've just described it, think of Viktor Orban's base, which, given the nature of the electoral institutions, he has supermajority powers, although his party doesn't necessarily win supermajorities at the ballot box. Think of the first-past-the-post system that has repeatedly given the pro-Brexit British Tory parties around 30-something% of the vote, but keys to the government. So our institutions sometimes inflate these forces, and then these forces can claim to speak on behalf of the people, which is a myth most of the time. So that's one vulnerability. But there's also a second vulnerability that I'm particularly worried about now, and that is that a second way our democracies can get into trouble, and that is if the broad cosmopolitan coalition allow themselves to be fractured in the face of serious threats to democracy. I mean, the nature of a broad democratic coalition is very diverse, very heterogeneous, so it's hard to hold it together. And so it's very easy to divide this coalition. You know, debates over immigration can do this, debates over race can do this, and as we've seen in the last month, debates over foreign policy can do this as well. In the US today, there is a risk that the Biden coalition fractures over the Israel-Hamas war. I look at the unfolding debate with a real sense of foreboding. This foreign policy crisis is potentially the perfect wedge issue to split the pro-democratic coalition in the United States. Left critics of Biden decry his embrace of Israel, but if he were to abandon this, then right critics would criticize him as well. So he's a bit in a bind. Either way, there's a real concern that key elements of the Biden coalition don't turn up at the ballot box in November 2024, or vote for one of the small third parties that are running. Either way, again, because pro-democratic coalitions are diverse, they're vulnerable, and they can fracture. This is how Viktor Orban got into power, and I fear this is how Donald Trump could come back to power. So facing democratic threats across the West, it's key that pro-democratic forces need to remember the stakes of the political contest. Coalitions are necessary to preserve democracy and to expand democracy. It's hard work to keep these democratic coalitions together in the face of setbacks and unexpected crises, including foreign policy crises. But I think here of the 1950s, 1960s song that was inspired the civil rights movement, in which the key line is, you have to keep your eye on the prize. You have to keep your eye on the prize. You have to understand the nature of the threat. And if you do this, then we realize that democracy is at stake. Thank you.
Daniel, thank you so much for this. I know that there are a lot of audience questions, but let me just ask, since, let's talk about the elephant in the room, and you named him Donald Trump. He's currently leading in the polls, head-to-head against Joe Biden. Yeah. Why is that? Because first of all, he's been indicted a couple times, right. May end up in jail. He incited the riots, he incited...
Yeah, so, we have to remember that the U.S. is essentially a 50-50 country. As I've just laid out, part of this is due to the way our institutions are set up. But in a two-party system, if it's a normal election, it's a kind of coin toss away from either side winning. Every election will be close, and I don't doubt that the 2024 election will be close. And it's because, you know, Americans are highly polarized, and if you're a Republican, you vote for the Republican candidate for office. So these polls that have recently come out have caused a lot of panic among Biden supporters, and, you know, I think there's maybe good reason to worry, but I wouldn't take those as, you know, a statement of, you know, what will happen in the fall. So I think the kind of continued support is driven a lot by polarization. I mean, there are a lot of Republicans who just don't like the other side or don't like Trump, but dislike Biden even more. And so this kind of is a sign of the dangers of polarization. But I also think that there was a key role to be played earlier. I mean, this is kind of, you know, what we call Monday morning quarterbacking. Looking back, but at the time, I have to say, I also was making this point. Back to January 2021, between November 2020 and January 2021, had Republican leaders come out and unanimously condemned this and said that this behavior was unacceptable, I don't think we'd be in the situation we're in. I think public opinion was more malleable. I think there are moments in time where the voices of leaders matter more and times when they matter less. That was a period in which people were trying to make up their mind. And I think had they come out more uniformly, condemned the behavior around the election, January 6th, had they convicted Trump as part of the impeachment, which they could have, and it sounded as if many Republicans thought he deserved to be impeached. If I remember, Mitch McConnell said that Donald Trump is morally and practically responsible for January 6th. It's hard to think of what other adverb he would need to use. I mean, that covers the whole thing. But he didn't want to do it because he kind of made the political calculus that Trump was finished. And that was clearly a miscalculation. And so I think there's a role of political leaders as well, the kind of semi-loyalists, and not having taken a firm stand.
And now there seems to be a new alternative to the two big parties, because we're seeing some of the centrist parties emerging. One of them is No Labels. That's it's been around for a while, but now it's gotten some backing from the likes of Senator Manchin, who said he's not going to run for re-election for the Senate. He's a Democrat. Do you think that people in the U.S. would actually go for a centrist third party?
Yeah, I mean, to call these parties may be an overstatement. I mean, these are candidates. I mean, in the case of the Cornel West, the political philosopher and thinker, Robert Kennedy Jr., who I'm not quite sure what his career is. He was a lawyer, and you know, these are individuals who want to run. They're not parties. And then there's this No Labels movement, which is not on the ballots of all the states. You know, based on the past record, it's very hard to imagine a third party winning. I mean, this has really never happened. I mean, you know, Ross Perot did this back in the early 1990s, but it can make a difference, as the Ross Perot case. Had Ross Perot not run, it's very likely Bill Clinton might not have won in 1992. Go back to the beginning of the 20th century, Theodore Roosevelt ran as a progressive third-party candidate. He also did not win, and he threw the race, in effect, to Woodrow Wilson. So these races, I think, given I'm all for a multi-party system, but we have to change the rules first. Given our electoral institutions, I think third-party candidacies, you know, have unpredictable but possibly negative effects.
As Nancy Pelosi said, could this be a threat to democracy in itself, a third party or a movement, as you call it, a movement with a very well-known candidate actually running?
Yeah, well, it's just hard to know how it will play out, if this will take voters away. I mean, that people have tried to estimate this, you know, that Robert Kennedy takes more votes away from Donald Trump, from a Republican nominee, than from Joe Biden, so that's good for the Democrats. Cornel West takes more votes away from the Democrats than from the Republicans. I think the broader issue, though, is that what these candidates are picking up on are there's deep levels of satisfaction, and we have to recognize that. And I think that my concern, as I mentioned at the end, is that you know, depending on how the Israel-Hamas war proceeds, that you may end up with either people not turning up to vote or voting for these third parties or third candidates out of disgust with the status quo. And I think this could very much unintentionally throw the race into the hands of Donald Trump.
Daniel, let's get to some audience questions. Why is the whole discussion today so USA-centric? Perhaps it's time to talk about Europe and its own democracy, as well as democracy in the neighboring states. First of all, personally, I would respectfully disagree. I think we talked about a whole host of different countries today. We talked Brexit, we talked Romania, we talked Germany, we talked many different regions, but maybe it goes, you know, it's about the bigger question, why are we so infatuated with this question about, you know, Trump and democratic backsliding in the U.S.?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, so I think it's a fair question, but I do think, I spent most of my career actually not studying the US, but studying other democracies, Germany, Europe, and so on. So this is what the subject of my talk was this evening. But I think, one thing that's very different, if democracy gets into trouble, democracy gets into trouble in lots of places, often small countries. And when this happens, the elites kind of think, well, this is bad, but, I can move to Switzerland, I can move to Zurich, I can move to London, I can move to New York, I can send my kids to boarding school in New England, and I'll basically be fine. As long as I have an exit route for my money, I should be fine. So there's a way to hedge against the risk of authoritarianism. The thing that's distinctive about democracy getting in trouble in the United States is there's really no way to hedge against that risk. There's no way to go. You can't escape this. So business leaders in the United States, you think, well, I can, move to the beach in Portugal or whatever. I mean, you can't. The collapse of democracy in a major power, or the weakening of democracy of a major power, has global reverberations. It has impacts on NATO. It has impacts on the war and Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so it's consequential. And so that's why we need to pay attention to it.
Mm-hmm. To what extent would it be helpful for the further development of democracy that the USA has more political parties? We already discussed that. Or B, develops more direct democracy such as Switzerland?
Yes, so I think there's two things to learn from Switzerland. One, direct democracy, but also the system of proports, which is, the Swiss model, as I understand it, consists of both of these. The kind of informal set of rules are about negotiation and the selection of the federal council, and these are built on, so I think there's lessons to be learned in that as well, and I think this allows for representation of minorities in a way that doesn't thwart the will of the majority, and a kind of balancing of majority and minority interests. And so I think that's very powerful. I think referenda are certainly a kind of majoritarian tool. These institutions do exist in the United States, in California in particular, which is a massive polity with referenda. And it's had mixed results. And so I think there's ways in which, there are lessons in how to do it, maybe from Switzerland. Just having signatures collected, it often gets co-opted by big moneyed interests in the United States. And so it doesn't work so well, I think, in California. But there are lessons, I think, both in terms of the purports system as well as the direct democracy.
Mm-hmm. Audience questions from the floor? Ernst and Florian?
So you had this list of potential reforms, get rid of the Electoral College, term limits for the Supreme Court justices, rebalance the Senate, that I think many people would agree with. But I was just wondering how we should actually think of getting that implemented in practice, because, unless there's a coup by some smart political scientists, these reforms would have to come out of the current political system somehow. And I was just wondering if you have some ideas of how that would happen.
Yeah, I'm grateful that you asked the question, because it's clear it's easy to, in some ways, diagnose the problem. Although, surprisingly in the US, it's taken some time to get a consensus on what kinds of reforms are necessary. I think speaking to a European audience, speaking to an American audience, these reforms seem radical. To a European audience, they seem very sensible. So the question is, how do you implement it? And I think that disjuncture is part of the problem in the United States. So I think I view part of let me put it this way. I think in order for there's a great American tradition of democratizing our political system. After the Civil War, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, which guarantee equal rights and voting rights. More relevant, I think, is the beginning of the 20th century, the direct election of U.S. senators. Before the early 20th century, senators were appointed by states. There was a massive social movement pushing for states to change this. These reforms took place in a kind of distinctive way. It didn't take place at the national level. They first took place at the state level. States made these reforms themselves. And then gradually over time, the facts on the ground changed to such a degree that it became much easier to implement national level reforms. The same dynamic applies to female enfranchisement at the beginning of the 20th century. Most states changed their voting rules, giving women the right to vote, because voting rights are often held at the level of states. This was changed at the level of the states, and so when it came time to push for a constitutional amendment, it was quite easy. So this suggests a kind of broader set of strategies about how to carry this out. There needs to be social pressure, movements pushing for these things, and these things do already exist. I'm not inventing this entirely from scratch. There's movements for introducing ranked order voting and new voting systems across American cities and towns and states. And it has to happen at the local level first, and then it trickles up. That's the way that reform comes. And it's a long-term project. But, you know, female enfranchisement took over 50 years, took multiple generations of women. You know, grandmothers who were initially doing it, their granddaughters, you know, were still pushing for it. I mean, hopefully it doesn't take that long. But one interesting example to show that this is not totally a fantasy. In 1970, there was an effort, the last serious effort to eliminate the Electoral College. There was majorities in the House of Representatives, passed 2/3 required vote to pass to. There were majorities in the U.S. Senate. The American Chamber of Commerce was in favor of it. Richard Nixon was in favor of eliminating the Electoral College. The AFL, Labor Union CIO, was in favor of eliminating the Electoral College. The American Bar Association, and it was held up by some senators from the U.S. South. So it came pretty close. I mean, I guess what's the lesson in that? Maybe you could say, well, it just shows you how difficult it is. But I think it is in the realm of the possible. But I think the way forward is broad social movements, number one. Number two, to change reforms that don't require a constitutional amendment. So weakening the filibuster simply requires a majority vote in the U.S. Senate. Came very close 2 years ago. We're 2 senators short. And once a kind of momentum develops, I think people begin to then think that reform is possible. And I think one of the biggest barriers to reform is Americans' political imagination. You know, again, we've had generations pushing for constitutional reform. Since 1970, we stopped doing that work. And I think we need to re-embrace that tradition. And part of, I regard my goal in this book is to let Americans know there was this tradition and they can re-embrace it.
So in your reform proposal, you never mentioned the problem of gerrymandering. And isn't it the case that one reason why the Republican Party could become so extremist is that because of gerrymandered voting systems, the extremists in the Republican Party have a much bigger chance to get into Congress. I mean, you just need to win the primary, and then you are basically in Congress because of the gerrymandering. And that brings me to and I want to have your view on that, and that brings me to another question. What is the scope, in your view, for direct democratic referenda to play a role in the process you envision? So what we see currently is that there are many referenda on abortion, and they lead to, at least superficially, surprising results. So basically, the abortions are still possible in many of these states. So what is the scope for referenda in general? Because I could imagine that if there are more direct democratic referenda on single policy issues, be it redistribution, be it voting rights, be it against gerrymandering, I could, for example, imagine that an anti-gerrymandering referendum would win a big majority in almost every US state, because it's so obvious that this is bad.
Can we first define what gerrymandering is?
Yeah.
Basically redrawing the map, right?
Yeah, so when and this is as old, it's named after an 18th century congressman, so this is as old as the American Republic, where the practice whereby politicians decide what the election districts are and agree, you know, Republicans and Democrats, Republicans will say, we'll give you that territory because the Democrats will vote for you, and I will draw my Republican district because I'll know they'll vote for me. So it's a pro-incumbent strategy that both parties engage in. And so it's clearly, it's undemocratic just inherently because politicians are choosing voters rather than the other way around. But what's interesting about it is it hasn't necessarily favored one party over the other since both parties engage in it. But it is a problem, and I think it is a problem because it does contribute to the radicalization of parties, and it seems to be, Republicans seem to be more vulnerable to this, where you're more afraid of a primary challenger than a challenge from the other side. And so you're always worried about appealing to your extreme left or right. And so it's a problem. And, you know, it's actually we have 15, I didn't go through my whole list of 15 proposals. That would have, you know, been too much, but this is on our list. If we're going to keep single-member district elections and not have proportional systems, then we should have impartial commissions deciding on election districts. And this is a reform that's actually been introduced in many states now. This is something that's up to the states. California has introduced this. Other states have introduced this. And it seems to have some kind of effect in giving rise to more moderate members of Congress. You know, I think if you create a proportional system, multi-member proportional district, districts, it may be less of a problem, first of all. But I think this is certainly a thing that's absolutely necessary. And you're right that there are vast majorities of Americans in favor of it at the level of states. It's usually incumbents, both Democrats and Republicans. I mean, this is here where both parties, incumbents, work against this. So this requires, obviously, social pressure. Now, whether a referenda is a good mechanism of doing this, I'm trying to remember how this passed in California. I don't think it passed through referenda. But referenda are powerful tools at the state level. I mean, what just happened and these are majoritarian instruments. And what's just happened in Ohio, just in the last week, where abortion rights were protected by referenda. And so I think it's possible. I mean, the idea of national referenda is something that's really not part of the discourse. That's not on our list. I mean, people don't propose that. And I think, the idea that you would have national referenda for a polity of 300 million people that's as big as the United States, it would be like having a European-wide referendum. I think that's not, after being in Switzerland, I'll bring this back and talk to people about it, but this has not been on my agenda.
Let's see what they say. Where does your optimism stem from for the U.S. saving its democracy? As long as the Republican Party holds so much power, it will be impossible to pass those necessary reforms for a majoritarian rule. Are you that optimistic?
Yeah, I don't think I am. I mean, I am optimistic insofar as I don't think the U.S. is going to end up like Hungary or Putin's Russia or something. I mean, I don't think, even if Trump gets elected, I mean, it's bad, but I think, the American political system does contain sources of resilience. I mean, we have the federal system is a source of resilience, of deconcentration of power. There's also a very robust civil society. You have a pluralistic social order, very well-financed democratic opposition. New York, California are the major sources of wealth in the United States. So this is very much like the opposition that Viktor Orban faced. So I think, if anything, what I imagine with the election of Donald Trump, if that were to happen, is a kind of period of incredible instability and unrest. Violence, protests. This is not good for the economy. This is not good for raising our children. This is not a good scenario. But maybe one wants to call that optimistic. But I guess I'm interested in trying to find the workarounds. I think that's what I'm trying to do.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for the very interesting talk and these ambitious plans to change the U.S. Constitution. I had a question just thinking that through. So if we already had the system that you outlined, the Democratic Party would have won, 6 of the last 7 elections and would always have a huge majority, almost guaranteed, which would probably encourage people on the more loony fringe of the Democratic Party. There's an alternative view of what democratic systems should do, which isn't so much necessarily representing each vote equally, and instead leaning into the notion of accountability, where I can actually toss out the bums and actually get a different crew in place if I'm very unhappy. And for that, it's much better, by whatever engineering necessary, including reweighting votes, to actually have close elections where the chance of one party winning is not very different from that of the other winning. What are your thoughts on that trade-off?
Yeah, I think single-party rule is not a good thing. Again, my conception of democracy is very much rooted in the notion of competition, free and fair competition, where when the incumbent goes to sleep at night, the night before the election, the incumbent should be very nervous. I mean, that's a sign of a democracy working. Viktor Orban doesn't go to sleep at night before his election's worrying, neither does Vladimir Putin. And I think single-party rule in the U.S. states, red states, is bad. I think single-party rule in the blue states in America, Massachusetts, where I live, California, is also not good. The institutional reforms that I'm proposing, I really think of as being a trigger to transform the Republican Party. My sign of success, my indication that our democracy is working in the United States, is if the Republican Party is able to win majorities, to win, there's some discussion of is the Republican Party becoming more diverse in the age of Trump, reaching out to African American and Latino voters. It's really at the margins that this is the case. It remains primarily an overwhelmingly white party. As American society becomes more diverse, I think it's critical that both parties be able to win those diverse voters. And, I want the market mechanisms of competition, in a sense, to work. And the way to do this is to remove these crutches that are preventing the adaptation of the Republican Party. And so these institutional reforms, some benefit Democrats, certainly in the short run. Some don't. I should say the filibuster. I mean, my Democratic friends are very much worried about the filibuster, because weakening the filibuster, because Republicans are more likely to win the Senate. So this might help because rural states are overrepresented. This might help. So the reforms are really not intended to be partisan-minded reforms. They're intended to undo some of the unfairness in the political system and to trigger genuine competition where parties are no longer divided along racial and ethnic and kind of cultural lines and religious lines, and instead fighting about the policy issues that we care about: climate change, gun control, economic inequality. And so that's my vision of success. And my goal with these institutional reforms is to unleash competition.
Daniel, I'm trying to think, what would be the catalyst here for change? Could it be market forces? You know, to start of the conference, the forum, I mentioned that Moody's had downgraded the outlook on debt, in part because of the polarization, the political polarization that we're seeing. Could it be a spike in yields? Could it be a spike in debt servicing costs that could change the forces? Because we actually saw that at play in Turkey, for example, or in Brazil, where the authoritarian leaders actually changed course because of market forces.
Yeah, I mean, I hope this would be the case. I mean, I'm fearful that as a large economy, the U.S. is not as sensitive to these kinds of dynamics. I mean, it should be, but it's maybe not. I mean, I think the thing that will trigger this are maybe some unexpected electoral outcomes. So, for example, I think politicians need to think it's in their own partisan political interest. So, if for example, Texas became a Democratic state in a presidential election, which is it's not a crazy idea. You could imagine this happening. Suddenly you would have overwhelming electoral majorities in the Electoral College for the Democrats. And you would have all of these voters in Texas, Republican voters in Texas, without access to the presidential system. And you could think, as a Republican operative, you'd think, well, God, if we got rid of the Electoral College, we could access these voters. So I think a change in the balance of power at the Electoral College, these third-party runs, I mean, this is what triggered the effort to reform in 1970, was the third-party run of George Wallace. The thing that triggered a lot of the reforms in the early 20th century was the third-party run of Theodore Roosevelt. I mean, I'm not happy about the third-party runs, but I think these kinds of things if there's a near miss in our electoral and kind of presidential race, I think it's possible that politicians didn't become more receptive to these kinds of reform ideas.
At the risk of focusing too much on the U.S., let me get an audience questions on Europe here. Do you see critical political vulnerability in Europe on a nation level? You have been concerned about Hungary.
Yeah. No
doubt about that. Apart from that?
Yeah, well, I spent a lot of time in Germany. I think, broadly speaking, the German party democracy, I know Germans are very self-critical, and there's, certainly worrying signs with the growth of the AfD. But if you compare Germany to other democracies where parties have entirely collapsed, the party landscape remains pretty robust. The challenge of the AfD is a significant challenge, but I think, the question is how will the mainstream parties respond to the voters who vote for these parties? I think it's a mistake to simply try to chase after the themes of the AfD and let the AfD set the public agenda. This past summer, one of the big issues in Germany on the front pages of many newspapers was violence in public swimming pools. This is a kind of issue that, yeah, maybe it's important, but it's not of world historical significance. But this dominated the political debate, and this is an instance where the far right is setting the political agenda. And I think mainstream parties, I'm not a politician, so I can't tell them how to do this, but they need to figure out how to set the agenda to win on the issues that benefit them, to undercut the support of parties like the AfD. It would also add a kind of sign of, I recognize there's serious challenges, though, in the AfD. A kind of another source of unappreciated resilience, I would say, is in Southern Europe. I mean, we sort of forget that this major financial crisis of 2008, 2009, rocked Greece, Portugal, Spain. These are relatively new democracies, and democracy survived in these places. That's no small achievement. I mean, the resilience of Southern European democracies has been pretty incredible if we think about the fact that only, in my own lifetime, that these were authoritarian systems. So I think there's a source of resilience in some of these democracies.
Time for one more? Yeah? Can we do one more? Okay, let's do one more audience question. Maybe someone who hasn't asked a question yet, just to make it completely democratic.
Thanks. Thank you for your interesting presentation, and I have maybe a sort of back to basic question. If we discuss democracies, given the extensive research has been done through the years on collectivistic versus individualistic natures of different countries and broader historical context, do you frankly think that democratic rule really fits most of the nations? And the second question would be, for the democracies that evolve in countries, do you think those should be sort of top-down or bottom-up? And whether you do believe that it can be sort of imposed, although it's a bit harsh of a definition, from outside, or should those be born from inside the countries? Thank you.
So I think that if we look at our democracy, I mean, I'm not sure which countries you would categorize as collectivistic versus individualistic. I think most political cultures contain a mixture of all of these values. And, you know, I'm struck above all by the similarities in the political cultures of many of West European democracies. I mean, certainly there's differences. I mean, there's more norms of cooperation among political elites in Switzerland today than there is in the United States today. But at the level of kind of the profile of our voters, I mean, I think it's really quite remarkable how similar they are. And so I don't think, I think every society is a mixed bag of political values. And there's an important role to be played by political leaders in trying to reach out and tap into the best features of our political cultures. And it's really hard to explain differences based simply on kind of political cultures alone. And so that's why, in the end, I think the way that our institutions are set up shape the incentives of politicians. And, political culture matters, certainly, but I think, these are much more malleable than often we think. I don't quite get the last question about bottom-up versus top-down. I mean, I think democracy by its nature is something that comes from the people, but I think the idea that democracy is not appropriate in some places and not others is really not quite right. I mean, there's, in East Asian societies, sometimes there's people make the claim, well, democracy is not appropriate, for certain kinds of cultural values. If you, talk to farmers in northern Thailand, they're highly mobilized and want to have the right to vote and want to have social protections that are not so dissimilar from and want their children to be educated that are not so dissimilar from voters in Switzerland or the United States. So I'm struck above all by the similarities of the wishes and demands of voters.
And that makes you hopeful and somewhat of an optimist, right? That your glass is pretty full.
Yeah, my glasses.
Oh, no, I was looking at this one, actually.
Sorry, well, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, there you go. That's you.
Here we go.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Daniel, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
On that note, a big thank you to all of you for your interaction, for your interest, for your time and attention. Here's a list of upcoming events of the UBS Center. You can sign up to the newsletter and get all the information. Wishing you a wonderful evening. Thank you. See you next time. Bye-bye.